the 12th Annual Veteran and Small Business Trade Show. Learn the ropes as you trade ideas and opportunities with experienced buyers and suppliers. Together, let's elevate and redefine the business landscape. Brought to you by the ARC and Ops for Vets. Handshakes, not handouts.
Ready, cut, present, colors.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets reclaim, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, Sergeant Major. Excellent display of discipline, attention to detail. We appreciate you and the Marine Corps JROTC being here today. And Sergeant Casey Wagner, what an incredible voice. Another round of applause for her. Amazing. Thank you so much. Well, good morning once again. My name, ladies and gentlemen, is Sandra Gonzalez. I'm a retired Marine officer turned executive coach speaker. And today, the room is filled with extraordinary men and women you will want to connect with. Men and women who will help you move the needle in your life and business. Without further delay, I also want to introduce an amazing council member. Council member Elena Baca Santa Cruz. Now, Elena Baca Santa Cruz was elected to the Moreno Valley City Council in 2022 to represent District 1. Now, Elena Baca Santa Cruz, this passionate woman you're going to hear from at this moment, she is a fervent advocate for local jobs and speaks up for those impacted by unfair treatment. If you would please, with a round of applause, I introduce to you Council Member Elena Baca Santa Cruz.
Thank you for that warm introduction. Good morning, everybody. Are you guys awake? Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Thank you. I'm Councilmember Elena Baca Santa Cruz, and thank you for being here today for our 12th annual Veterans and Small Business Trade Show. I want to thank our incredible partners who have helped make this trade show happen and work tirelessly each day to assist our veteran community. Please give yourself a round of applause. Thank you. You know, Myrna Valley is a military town at heart, with March Air Reserve Base in our backyard and thousands of veterans and their families call our city home. For this reason, it is so important to care for our veteran community. They have sacrificed so much, and we owe it to them to guide them towards a lucrative career in the business world. My mother, the late Victoria Baca, played a vital role in making this trade show what it is today, and I am pleased to see this grow larger and help more veterans each and every year. This trade show has everything our veterans need to take the first step towards incredible opportunities. You'll meet with dozens of employers across Riverside County and the Inland Empire and engage with panels that will teach you how to navigate the business landscape and transform your career. The knowledge gained at this trade show will be invaluable. Here in Myrna Valley, we ensure that our veteran community is well cared for. Our Business and Employment Resource Center, known as the BERC, holds regular information sessions and workshops designed to help our veterans obtain good local jobs. And they're right here in the back of the room. Stephanie, could you raise your hand? So make sure you stop by the BERC. These programs are only a part of the great work we're doing in Myrna Valley to boost employment and allow our local economy to soar to new heights. We do this because it is our responsibility to make sure our veterans are employed once they leave service. We want them to stay in Myrna Valley. We want them to remain a vital part of our community. To everyone gathered here today, I invite you to walk the trade show floor and make that first connection with a potential future employer or business partner. I guarantee that you will find something that you love. Thank you all, and may our veterans continue to thrive in beautiful Myrna Valley. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We appreciate you being here. At this moment, I would love to introduce Pete Rodriguez. Now, this young man, Pete, he's an entrepreneur. He is also a DJ. He's actually going to DJ today's event. But before he gets to work, I'm going to briefly introduce him because he represents the next 50 years. He's accompanied by his father, who's also here with him. So with right there, the gentleman waving his hand. Thank you for being here. Without further delay, Pete Rodriguez.
Good morning, everyone. That's a little bit interesting. I'm the student entrepreneur here and the DJ, as you can tell. Brought our sound equipment, everything ready to the. So I'm gonna start it off with. In June of 1973, Ray Safranz enlisted in the Marines 50 years ago, and I'm here to represent the next 50 years of our 100-year plan. So what is this 100-year plan? The answer is the 100-year plan is a plan of service, dedication, and influence. Why am I standing up here? Let me tell you a little bit about myself. First, I'm a God-fearing Christian, and I believe God put me here to speak with you guys. Amen. Second, I'm the son of two wonderful parents and a brother who's always by my side. He's recording right now. Third, I'm here with my boys who are part of this 100-year plan, same age as me. We go through it all. Fourth, I'm an American citizen that believes in our red, white, and blue and everything it represents. I'm also a student athlete who has maintained a 4.0 GPA, a captain of a football team, first team all-league, defensive back, I work hard for that. And 6, I'm the CEO for DJ Patronekis. That's what I do. All right. I was told to speak of what it is to be a student entrepreneur. The more I think about it, the more I think that it really just signifies being a student. And as a student, there's always more to learn, in order to be successful. I feel as if it is a duty of the people who represented the past 50 years of the 100-year plan to teach those who are going to represent the next 50 years of this 100-year plan. Wise man once told me that music is a universal language. And I hope my services speak to everyone in here in a positive way and inspire those who are part of the next 50 years of this 100-year plan. So again, what is the 100-year plan? I'm going to end it off with this. It is to serve my brothers in my community, dedicate to make sure every one of our voices is heard, and to influence my peers and the next generation in a positive way. Thank you.
Pete Rodriguez, what an extraordinary young man already setting that precedent. Thank you. What a beautiful example for his father, for the community, for his son. What a beautiful example of a young man, a student entrepreneur. And I think he brings up something very important that is not only applicable to myself, but everybody here in the room, which is we need to be a student of life. A student in business, to continuously cultivate a growth mindset, because that's what life in business is about. It's about becoming a student and adapting and learning and developing the creativity to step outside our comfort zone as we become better entrepreneurs. So thank you so much for that beautiful presentation. The next speaker I would love to introduce is Dalia. Dalia Damian. Is Dalia here? Yay, Dalia's over there. Dalia is an outreach branch manager, and she's going to share a couple of words here in a couple of minutes. But welcome, Dalia. So happy to have you here.
Thank you. I'm so happy to be here. So, good morning, everybody. Good morning. How are you guys doing today? Good. Okay. So, bear with me. I haven't done a speech in quite some time. So, I can stand up here and tell you I work for Caltrans. There's a lot of state contracts, federally funded contracts, all that good stuff. Well, if you stop by our tables, and DGSs that we'll be speaking of later, we can give you all that information. What I wanted to share with you today is don't give up. Would you think, yes or no, would Caltrans put a contract out for herding sheep? It is true. I almost fell off my chair. Once in a while we do that because they can eat the grass. It's natural. And there was a contract for it. So never think your type of business won't have a chance with state contracting. If you do your due diligence and look at what contracts open, you'll be amazed. If you can't currently work with Caltrans, you may be able to work with another state agency. So I do apologize, but I can't buy cheesecake to build bridges. I don't think you guys would want that. But guess what? There are local agencies such as school district or a state agency such as CDCR or state hospitals that may buy that cheesecake. So never accept the word no. Keep looking because there are different options out there and you'd be amazed on what you can get. Thank you all.
Stay up here, please, if you will.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. At this time, we'll take advantage, since Dalia is here, what we're going to present her is America's #1 choice for having skin in the game. So this is for you, Dalia Demian, on behalf of everybody here at the 12th Annual Veteran and Small Business Trade Show. This is for you, celebrating the next 100-year plan. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. It's an honor.
We will also recognize Councilmember Elena Vaca Santa Cruz. Thank you, ma'am. On behalf of everybody here. Still here? Yes, absolutely.
And Mr. Renteria?
And this is for City of Moreno Valley, ma'am.
Oh.
Thank you. Once again, round of applause for her. Thank you so much.
Can we take pictures? Can we take picture with you? Come on, let's come up.
Photo, Albert.
Albert,
Yes.
I'm already up there.
Come on, let's get a picture.
Mr. Al Renteria, Elena Vaca Santa Cruz. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Have a great day. Our next speaker, Demetia Swanson. Demetia's here. She is the State of California's office. She's with the Small Business and of Disabled Veterans Business Enterprise Services. Demetia? Yes. So glad to have you.
Thank you, thank you. Wow. Hello, thank you, Sandra. Thank you, Albert. Good morning, everybody. I'm all, how do I follow Caltrans? Because I have a spiel on my phone of the speech to go through. But yes, I'm Demetia Swanson. I am with the State of California's Department of General Services, Office of Small Business and Disabled Veteran Business Enterprise Services. I know, long title. But that whole title is just there to say that we are here to serve the small business, diverse business, and disabled veteran-owned business community. And we do that through our advocacy, our outreach. We do that through education. I have a team. One of my team members is back there, Miss Megan, who is here to assist you. And what we do is, when you decide you want to contract with the State of California, so now, you know we're here to learn the ropes, right? So what are the ropes? The ropes are the rules that you need to follow in order to do anything. And as veterans, and thank you for serving our country, you know that you have to follow it step by step or else nothing's going to work out right? So for the State of California, the one thing that we always ask is that you go to our website. It's caliprocure.ca.gov. And on there are 4 boxes. Those 4 boxes tell you everything that you need to know about contracting with the State of California. It'll tell you, how do I do it? That's like the first box on there, right? The next one is, what are the state buying? What are the procurement opportunities there? That's the next box. How to get certified. Certification for disabled veterans is like your foot in the door. It gives you a leg up on any of the contracts with the State of California, including Caltrans that comes over there. Because the State of California has so many goals that they have to meet with all of their spending that they do annually. And so what they would prefer is all those preferred folks that have the certification to come in and get those contracts. And as she said, we have so many contracts for so many different things in the State of California. There is something for everybody here. But that first step is to get certified. Look up those rules. And if you can't get certified, the next thing is please subcontract with somebody that is certified, because that's your second leg in to state contracting. Now, one of the other things with state contracting, and as she said, don't give up, but the other thing that's really, really important is, you know, it's government. And so when you work with the government, I'm not going to lie, pay schedules can be a little off. So every business here has to be able to float themselves until the successful end of the contract and until they get paid. So be mindful. We didn't say you'd get all this money up front, but we will pay you. And we pay penalties if we don't pay on time, right? Now, all of this, and I'm thanking Albert for allowing me to be here, is to fit this 100-year plan. 50 years has already gone by, but it is our newest generation that is coming up that we need to secure and get them ready and available for what's coming out there in the world. And as you all know, the world is changing really, really fast for us right now. And all of you that are in here and the youngins that will be here, you are their mentors. You are the ones they're looking up to. You are the ones that they know, hey, they did this. They're successful in this area, this area, and this area. So please, please, please spread that knowledge. And as you're here, please mingle. These are all business contacts for all of you in here. And if you don't need them right now, you might need them down the road, or you might meet somebody that you can go ahead and give the contact to that'll help somebody else's business. And you know, it's a circle. It works like a circle. So if you help somebody else, it's always going to come back around to you. Thank you. Thank you again.
Amazing. Wealth of information. Demisha Swanson. Thank you, Demisha. So at 9:45, we have a couple of minutes. You have a couple of minutes to mingle with everybody here in the room. But at 9:45, we kick off the first panel, Navigating the Business Landscape. And our mediator for today, Mr. Darrell Steele. Mr. Darrell Steele, where are you, sir? You would please stand and raise your hand. Is he here? Or he's probably already back in the classroom. So panel 1 will commence at 9:45. Classroom 4, the Alessandro room, which is back that way next to the restrooms. They'll kick off at 9:45. Don't be late. He will be the mediator for that panel. And then later on, Demisha Swanson will be the mediator for panel 2 later on this afternoon. So with that being said, mingle amongst each other. Try to meet as many people as you can. Make sure you get your breakfast, because I heard the breakfast burritos outside are spectacular and the coffee is amazing. So have a great morning, mingle, network, try to meet as many people as you can, and I hope you have an amazing day. Thank you.
All right, are we all ready? Good morning. Good morning. Yeah. My name is Darrell Steele, and I have the distinct honor and privilege of being your moderator and mediator for this morning's panel discussion. My background is in business and entrepreneurship, but now I serve with the Veterans Business Outreach Center, the VBOC. We're part of the SBA, the Small Business Administration, but we're responsible for really supporting and assisting both active military who are going through transition and those once out, as well as guards, reserves, their family members. And our mission is to help you grow and start and grow your businesses. We have a very distinguished and experienced group of business executives that are going to be sharing their insights, their experiences, and hopefully some great tips and opportunities that we could then take back to wherever we go. So let me give you an introduction to each of them. We have Leonard Cassiple. Leo is a first-generation American who joined the U.S. Army with a GED and a green card. He spent most of his 21-year career in the Army Special Forces as a Green Beret. He holds an MBA in Global Management, a Master's of Public Policy and Administration, and is currently working on his doctorate. Leonard is a president of Public Value LLC, a management consulting firm that helps organizations deliver sustainable civic solutions for industry and government. Len serves on a number of civic and community organizations, and he is a competitive speaker, which we certainly look forward to hearing and seeing during today's panel. We didn't know it was going to be a competition, but who knows, right? We have Angel Rodriguez. Angel is the founder and CEO of Terra Network Solutions, which is a veteran-owned IT consulting firm specializing in infrastructure design and structured cabling installations. Angel started Terra Network Solutions just in May of last year, having previously served 24 years in the U.S. Marine Corps. Before leaving the Marines, he took advantage of the TAP program, the transition assistance that's offered through the SBA and my organization. And after retiring, he's leveraged those resources and many others to help him launch his company. We have Edgar De Leon. Edgar is the president of FedVet Construction, a general contracting company out of Chula Vista, California. He enlisted in the Navy in 1996 and served with the Seabees, claiming that he didn't fully understand the implications of that career choice. But it seems to have stuck. He spent most of his service up in Port Hueneme, but eventually transferred to Naval Facilities Engineering Systems Command in San Diego, where he served until his retirement in 2014. After retiring, he made the decision to venture into entrepreneurship and started FedVet Construction, which now has successfully delivered over 52 DoD and federal projects, along with numerous other work. To my right, we have Cristina Zapata. Cristina began her career in sales and management with several of the large national cellular wireless companies. She then went on to open up several franchised wireless cell phone stores. But inspired by some health challenges with her parents, she shifted her focus and found her true calling and started Cristina's Angels Senior Caregiving Services. Over time, she has expanded the services that the company provides, eventually establishing it under the umbrella organization of Cristina's Angels. Since 2017, Cristina's Angels has been awarded numerous contracts with the LA School District, the Veterans Administration, which I heard you just recently got another, congratulations, and many other organizations. And then finally, but not last but not least, we have Eric DeSplinter. Eric is the CEO and principal engineer of Astral Engineers. He graduated from Iowa State University in 2009 and started his career in St. Louis, Missouri with a large nationwide engineering firm. Eric is a licensed mechanical and fire protection engineer. He holds multiple certifications, is a member of numerous industry associations, and is also a published author in his field. Since in 2017, he relocated to Southern California, and then in 2021, he and his associates started Astral Engineers as a professional engineering company out of Ontario, California. They are a certified disabled veteran business enterprise and a minority business enterprise. I'm delighted to have each of you on the panel today, and certainly I'm looking forward to our insightful conversations. We are both broadcasting live, so live streaming as well as with you. We will be taking questions and participation from you in the audience, so if you have any just kind of in between, if you see a lull, get my attention, and we'll go ahead and ask you to present and hopefully provide some answers for you also. But I do have a list of topics that we can start to converse about, and this is more than a Q&A. This really will be more of just a general conversation with all of us, and as much as that you can participate also. So we certainly would welcome and request that you do participate too. But to get us started, I'm going to start with you, Leo. When you don't have to stand, but
this is not time, is it?
No, this is not. We have all morning. But when we were conversing back and forth through email, you had mentioned that navigating business should really start with what you called foundational knowledge. So I really would like you to kind of explain what you mean by foundational knowledge and give us some examples of that and why you think it is so important.
Thank you. That's a very good question. Foundational knowledge, in my opinion, starts with knowledge of self, knowledge of my limitations, my biases, and my capabilities. And then from there, I can go outward in a circle and look at the foundational knowledge of my target market. I bootstrap my company, and I know I can't compete with General Dynamics. So I focus on small to mid-sized cities where I know them the best. I grew up in a developing country, in a community without reliable drinking water, no electricity, during martial law. So I know what small communities need, And as a Green Beret, I've deployed multiple times to all those countries to help secure the economic conditions and the political conditions. And I believe that self-awareness and then tested with experience, whether it's a community experience or global experience, can bring in ground truth of what that foundational knowledge and what I don't know
Right.
and what I need to know.
So it's starting with your knowing yourself.
Myself.
And then all right, the next part, if I heard you correctly, you said sort of knowing your target audience, or if you will, your customer, correct? What is it about knowing your customer that's important?
The customer is, I can't make a sale if I can't understand what my customer needs. And also, I had to also realize what my competition is offering and find that gap and then insert myself in that gap and be the bridge.
Interesting. So find your niche in the marketplace. Certainly is important. Anyone else? What would you think of as foundational knowledge that's really sort of critical to start with?
You know what? I actually agree a lot with what he's saying, and foundational knowledge can mean a lot of different things to a lot of different people. You know, like, so foundational knowledge for me, after reading his email, it's knowing what my company is gonna be. You know, what foundation am I trying to set? You know what I mean? Am I trying to just get in there and hurry up and make money? Am I trying to do things the right way by doing it the proper way that a business should start up, making sure that all my administration is done correctly, making sure I'm hiring the right teams, making sure that the bedrock of my company is on a solid foundation so that it could withstand anything that might be, you know, when I hit adversity, you know what I mean, or when I hit, you know, roadblocks, I could be like, oh, you know what, I've done the foundation of my company the right way. I surrounded myself with the right people. I made a good foundation for my company through my morals, my ethics, and everything that my company is going to represent, so that, you know, building off of that, you know what I mean? It's built on a rock and not on sand.
So,
that makes sense.
You're really, if I hear you correctly, kind of saying the business becomes really a reflection of you. So the foundational knowledge on who you are, what you stand for, what your principles are, and then by extension, then the business becomes really an expression of that.
Yes. Yeah, because I feel that your business, the way it operates, just in general, the presentation of your business ultimately reflects you as an individual, because, you know, your business ultimately is a reflection of you. You know what I mean? And that's just the way it was. I was always brought up in the Marine Corps. It's like, hey, your Marines are a reflection of you.
Yeah.
You know, so my business is a reflection of me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Add to that.
And they
Is this-
could probably hear you without you.
Probably. So also in knowing your target customer is something that I learned in the beginning. I had to reinvent myself, right? It's because I came from a different background of wireless sales. And even though I did have a bachelor's degree in business management, it did not completely set me up for the real world and starting your own business and actually going through hurdles and things that you sometimes can only go through trial and error. And I feel the knowledge that I gained in the cell phone industry was a small taste of what it's like to have your own business. Government contracting is totally different. I was speaking to a young lady earlier about, she's a nurse and her sons and her are starting, you know, their government contracting journey. And one thing that I do point out is a lot of businesses fail in the very first couple of years because of financial backing. That was something that I definitely went through and experienced, having 20 people that I hired within 30 days and making sure background checks, having a DOJ account, you know, just those different things that nobody really prepares you for. And then 4 months to 6 months waiting to get paid $30,000, $40,000, $50,000. What do you do at that point? I moved back to my parents' house. I didn't have a bed for a year because I owed people money and I felt like I needed to go on my roll-up mat at night so that I could remember the struggle, so that I could appreciate when I do have the money to pay people back and then continue to grow my business, it's something that's part of my story, and it's something that humbled me to keep going. I don't want to sleep on this roadmap too long, right? But it definitely has been a very big challenge, having, you know, funneling 100,000 sometimes at some points outstanding and waiting for reimbursement. So knowing your target customer and realizing, okay, what is their net pay? Is it Los Angeles Unified School District was 10 days, thankfully, and they were direct deposit. With the VA, could be 45 days received. That doesn't mean the day that you submitted. That means the day that they accept it, approve it, receive it, and then they still have time to pay you. That could take a couple of months. So just as a pointer in regards to knowing your target customer and having that ahead of time.
And we'll come back to the finances and accounts receivables, because you had mentioned before that was important, so we'll come back to that. But I wanted to come back to something that you had said, Angel, again, as the extension of you and the business. In some ways, that actually becomes part of the branding of the company. If you think about the brand and what the brand is and what branding is. And from a marketing perspective, the importance of developing a brand, if you will, your company's reputation. And if it's just you and you're just doing one contract with one customer, say the federal government or someone, you still are branding yourself. So branding is really important, or developing the relationship and who you are and what you stand for. So I just wanted to make sure that we kind of looped back around on that and the importance of it, because I think that is really critical, that we are aware of that and understand the importance of it and implications that come from it, because a solid brand does so much more for leveraging any activities around marketing that you have. I mean, you'll be so much more successful with the money you spend if you are able to build it upon a brand that you've already built. So great, appreciate those. Christina, you've performed a lot of the jobs that now you are hiring people to do, right? So you've had that kind of hands-on experience in that. How important is it that you think to have that kind of a background and knowledge on the specific jobs that you are now hiring people to do for you? Do you think that's helpful? And
for me specifically, I'll speak for myself personally, we do a lot of different things, from medical staffing to janitorial staffing to moving services. And me being able to work in that field and being able to do the jobs myself, a lot of my employees, whether they be the men or the women that I work with on these jobs, their feedback has been, we respect you so much more, and they're so much more willing to work harder because they see me doing it. When we had, in the beginning, we had a contract with US Vets covering all of Inland Empire doing cleaning services. We did the old barracks building, which was 60 units. And so it was our job every week to go through and re-clean top to bottom everything that you could think of. Some of the toilets had not been cleaned for a very long time. It was very bad. But I would go in and do the worst parts of the cleaning and show my employees how to properly do it. And even if they knew how to do it, when we were as a team, I still did it myself. Not because they couldn't do it, but because I wanted them to realize and see, I'm not afraid to roll my sleeves up and get dirty. And I'm so much more appreciative of my employees. And I think that's why over the years, I've had so many employees when contracts end, still reach out to me and want to take any job possible with me, just so that they can continue to work with me, because I've built that great respect level with them.
So that really, I think, speaks to the point of leadership and what real leadership is. And as Jim Collins speaks about the level 5 leader, if you remember in Good to Great, if you've never read the book, and we'll talk more about this later, but there's a really good book called Good to Great by Jim Collins. Any of his books are great, but this one is, I think, one of the better ones. And he talks about level 5 leadership, being willing to roll up your sleeves and demonstrate to them that there is no job that you won't do, really inspires people to want to follow you, which you certainly have recognized. Have any of you, certainly we've seen that in the military, right, where you see a leader that really is a leader that inspires you. But any personal experiences with that you felt? Eric, you
Yeah,
look like you.
I'd like to, I guess I've heard from people in the AE industry, the architectural engineering industry, say that before you become an engineer and actually are designing the systems, that they think it should be a requirement that you spend a certain amount of time in the field installing those systems first. And I've personally, I've installed HVAC systems, electrical systems, plumbing systems, some technology. I'm by no means a professional, but that experience has helped me understand better what to put on paper when I'm designing. And I think that hands-on experience with whatever you're doing only makes you a better expert.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and that's certainly true. You can design things that look really good on paper, and then in real life you realize it's not really how the things work in life. And we've seen that in any number of different applications. But back to leadership also, have you had any, or Angel, have you, or Leo? I'm certainly in the Green Beret, right? You've seen. Go ahead.
It's also part of branding. If you think about if you're structuring your business to you, it's a big part of you, and it speaks highly of people looking from the outside in. But the bigger picture is the mentorship, is being able to mentor those junior folks, is being able to have the answer. And of course, if you don't have the answer, you're going to find the answer. But to me, being that subject matter expert is the mentorship part that just shines a light.
Yeah. And that's really good, because developing people, and we'll talk more about this also, but developing people, right? You can't always find the talent that you need, but you cannot build your business without talent, the right talent, and others. So mentorship is a critical component of leadership also. Anyone else?
You know what? I have a lot of experience in leadership over the years in the Marine Corps, and one of the things that, sometimes it gets lost, and what I've noticed is that, sometimes leaders will go to leadership training, they'll go to all these leadership, and they'll try to become the best leader in the world. That's their goal. They're like, I want to be the best leader in the world, so I'm going to just infuse myself with all this training, you know what I mean? And what I've learned over the years is like, it's not about you. You know what I mean? Leadership is for the benefit of those that you lead, not for yourself. You know what I mean? And that I think that gets lost sometimes. You know what I mean? And being a good leader is exactly that, inspiring somebody to be greater than themselves for your company. You know what I mean? Because there's managers that can manage people, that can manage, work and do everything. And then the people that are there with you in your company, they're there and they're going to do what they're told. But when you have a leader that inspires them to look at the greater picture of what you want to do for your company, and they bought into your company and they bought into what you represent, they themselves will inspire themselves to be like, you know what, I want to be better so that this company could be great because I believe what this company represents. You know what I mean? And that's kind of how I base my company is, I try to inspire my guys to be better than themselves, and I try to show them a standard that they should strive to be so that they could be better. You know what I mean?
Sure, absolutely.
So just getting the buy-in from them, knowing that they're a family and they're not just another individual on my team. You know what I mean? Helps them to kind of really see the big picture that, we all want to get to the top.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's my take on that.
Yeah. Again, coming back to Jim Collins, he talks about this almost paradoxical balance between humility and just sheer force of will. A good level 5 leader has to be incredibly humble, putting others in front of them and doing things that others wouldn't necessarily want, or you wouldn't necessarily ask them to do, but yet you need to, right? So you need to show them. So that incredible humility, but yet also this sheer force of will to be able to paint the picture of what the future should be, what the mission, the goal, the objective, and how you're going to then, accomplish what you're trying to accomplish. So that it is almost a paradox, but the reality is when it does work, and it is something that I think we should all aspire to. So I applaud you for bringing it up and for the insights that you have on that. So thanks. So Edgar, ask you. In the service, you were always part of a team, right? In civilian life, you don't always have a team. In fact, sometimes you have to create that team. And we've talked about mentorship and all of that. Did you have mentors and advisors that helped you?
Mentorship, yes.
Okay.
I had mentorships throughout my career. Didn't quite understand what mentor was. I just thought it was someone just trying to tell me what to do, right? And
That's a boss.
in the Navy, the Navy's huge on mentorship. But it wasn't until after I retired, and then I said, wait a minute, I need to align myself with those experts. I need to find a mentor that's been there and done that, so I don't reinvent the wheel.
Right.
I need to find a mentor that can help me navigate obstacles and solve problems. I think mentorship is just as important as it was for me in the military. It's just as important out here in the civilian sector.
So in the military, it's kind of built in.
Correct.
Right.
Yes.
I mean, you have a chain of command and all that. How do you create it? How do you find it? How do you do it in civilian life?
That was tough.
How did you?
That was tough. I reached out to my mentor, a good friend of mine, Captain Javier Lopez. He is getting ready to pick up his first star, and I just reached out and I said, "Sir, how do I build a team?"
Yeah.
And it took me almost 2-3 years, and we have our team. But it goes back to that mentorship part. Don't be afraid to reach out.
Have you done networking outside of that particular mentor? Have you looked at other areas and other things?
Absolutely, absolutely. If there's a network opportunity, I'm going to take advantage of it. It kind of leads me to my next point, and I think it's one of the questions is being at the right place at the right time, which you'll never know if you're at the right place at the right time. But it's talking to that one person and land you your first federal contract. So whether it's a federal event or a state-sponsored event, I think network in any industry, especially if you're in business, is important.
Yeah, and let me take a moment to plug this afternoon's panel discussion is going to be focused more on government contracting, both state and federal. We'll have a number of purchasing agents and others who are involved, and I know the Apex organization is going to be participating in that. So if you are at a point where it makes sense for you to start looking at government contracting, trying to win government contractings, or even just being a subcontractor to be able to participate, then I would strongly encourage you to come to this afternoon's panel discussion also. So, yep.
So I myself did a lot of networking. I was trying to find my place and find people that I can align myself with. I did meet Albert Renteria back in maybe 2014, and he was amazing, awesome to this day, and mentoring me and guiding me and asking questions and having that help. And I will plug Carla Gonzalez was one of the first people that took me under her wing. She works at the Small Business Development Center, which they are located all over the United States, and it's a free resource and service that helps you with start to finish almost everything you could think of, from writing a proposal, helping you do your capability statement, those things. Apex also has helped me. Currently, right now, I am pending submitting for my 8A certification. And I don't know, we'll go into, I'm sure later, different certifications and things. But over the years, it was a lot of trial and error on reaching out to different people and not being afraid. And I'm not going to say that I haven't had the moments, for sure, where I felt depressed and I felt like somebody told me they were going to help me and guide me, and then all of a sudden it was it was not the case. But continuously remembering that there are organizations like SBDC, Apex, like Albert Renteria's event today, to go out here and meet people, and you never know. I think Demetia said it on the stage. You never know that it may not be something for you today, but it could be something for you in a couple of years, or somebody else that you know. I believe in karma and helping other people, and it may come back to you later. So having different mentors and things for me, I've been very blessed and lucky in the aspect that somebody didn't work, and then I found somebody else like Albert, and a couple other mentors. But I just wanted to touch on also some of the great free organizations out there that will help you too.
Yeah, and the SBDC, Small Business Development Centers, are great resources. They're part of the SBA network also, the Small Business Administration's partnerships. There's like 900 of them across the United States. So wherever you are, there's going to be an SBDC office close to you. I know San Diego County actually has 9 of them. I'm not sure how many are out in Riverside County or San Bernardino County, but there are 9 in San Diego County alone. I'm sorry? 13 offices in the IE. Thank you. So, wherever you are, there will be one close by, and there is great resources for assistance. So how do you know if you have the right mentor?
So Christina brings up a good point. Having multiple mentors, I'm going to be honest, I have 6 to 8 mentors.
Okay.
I have a mentor in almost every possible field: accounting mentor, CPA mentor, operations mentor. But how do you find if you don't have how do you know if you don't have the right mentor? It's just that trial and error, you know? Your mentor has to align with your goals, obviously. And just don't be afraid. If one mentor doesn't work out, I've been through many mentors. If one doesn't work out, it's okay. And you just reach out and find the one that fits.
Right. So experience fit, meaning experience base, their background, their knowledge, their experience, and then mission, focus, personality, all of those elements also, I assume is what you're speaking of. Right. And then just keep trying until you find the one that does gel for you. Has anyone else had that experience or can speak to that? Leo?
I'd like to go back to
what
we
Eric
talked about authenticity. You know, for me, I put my life story on my business website. It's the first one on the publications. It talks about my struggles, not being able to walk after my medical retirement, and also having all this metal in my body. And I do that for a few purposes. One, to inspire other veterans that there's a light at the end of the tunnel, and that filters out people who aren't ready for that, whether they're contractors or organizations. If they can't accept that people are imperfect, that we're perfectly imperfect. If I don't want to work with someone who is inauthentic, who pretends that they can't make a mistake. So that's the first story under publications on mine. I want to be authentic. I don't have a business life and a personal life. I have one life. And as far as mentors, I had great mentors in the Army, and I always ate last. All my guys ate first. And after deployments, even though I was pretty senior in the Army, I let them go have free time, and I guarded the equipment because I appreciated their hard work. 18-hour days, 6-month deployment, catching terrorists. So I did that for them. And I think being able to roll up your sleeves, get dirty, and sacrifice my personal time so they can get personal time, I think that's the most important thing. And some of those guys still to this day appreciate that. Some guys from 2002 will call me and say, thank you for doing that. And for me, mentors, I struggled for a long time. I couldn't walk, I couldn't work. I'm not lazy. If you look at my resume, I'm not lazy. I just couldn't work. So there was trust issues with me, and I didn't trust initially the VA. I no longer trusted myself. That was one of the biggest obstacles. I didn't trust myself. And so finding the right mentors with the Apex, SBDC, friends, my friends who aren't business owners, they can only take me so far. They're wonderful. I love them. They're my brothers. They're family forever. But they can only take me so far. And I have to step out, just like you. I have multiple mentors.
Yeah.
Multiple. Right. And then when it doesn't work out, there's a redirection, and then a couple of weeks later, something else, a bigger blessing comes up.
Yeah, okay, yep. So again, kind of building again on what Christina had said about being able to just support and do the things for them. Let's take this and the conversation around mentors and kind of flip it and talk about employees. Because again, it's relationships, and now it's people, and now to some degree you are the mentor. But let's talk about hiring employees, finding employees, how you even find employees, and then how do you make sure that you have the right employees, or how do you develop them into being the right employees? So, anyone want to venture into that? Sure, come on.
Finding the right employee. So, at the end of the day, is finding someone that aligns with you, aligns with the business. It's about the person who has the ambition. It's not just about a piece of paper to say, I'm a senior accountant, accounts payable, accounts receivable. It's not about that. It's about the individual. It's about the hunger. I'm going to share a story. We interviewed for accounts payable a couple months ago, and had several resumes, MBAs, bachelor degrees, accountants. But the culture, the acceptance of the culture, the ambition to grow professionally just wasn't there. Right. And we met a young lady, and she came on board. She's a second-year student, but it was about the ambition. It was about the person. And when we interviewed Eileen, it was a perfect fit from the very beginning.
Right.
So.
Right. That reminds me of I'm not sure if any of you are familiar with Zappos Shoes, right? Online shoe company out of Las Vegas, Nevada. They have a policy with new employees whereby if you find you don't fit in the culture, they will pay you to leave. $2,000. This was when I toured them back probably 10 years ago, something like that. It might have been close, somewhere in between there. That was the amount. The number might have gone up since then, but they actually, it was so important to them that they had people who fit in the culture of the place, that if you felt after going through a very rigorous hiring process, it still kind of didn't feel right, they wanted you to. It was more important and financially more beneficial for them to pay you to leave than it was, and a lot of money, than to keep you on staff and have you sour the culture, change the culture, dilute the culture, right? Whatever word you want, adjective you want to use, but obviously not fit. Anyone else? Yeah.
Yeah.
Please.
In the book you mentioned, Good to Great, Jim Collins mentions, they talk about the concept of getting the right people on the bus. And they even go so far to say, you find the right people on the bus, and then you find out the direction that your company goes. Because the people that you have with you are what is most important.
Yeah.
And I find that to be true. Somebody had mentioned that it's sort of your brand, right? If you're a one-person company, okay, that's fine. You can represent your brand. But as you grow and you gain employees, those people need to see your vision as well. And so getting the right people on the buses is critical. For me, I look at people with integrity, that take pride in their work and are open-minded and willing to learn. And I like to find students coming straight out of school because they're ready to learn, they're eager to learn, and they're ready to be molded into the people that we want on our bus. So, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Christina.
And my industries are a little bit different. So we do medical staffing, janitorial, moving services. And how that came about was my mom was a caregiver. She's sitting in the back of the room. She was a caregiver for over 40 years. And as I said before, I worked in wireless and then went into starting my own business doing caregiving by accident, I say. My mom says I went through a terrible divorce and lost everything. She said God had to bring me to my knees to see this is the industry I'm supposed to be in. So long story short, I started taking care of my mom and my dad because my mom had a really bad surgery. They kept telling her she had a certain medical problem and it wasn't it. 5 pus packets built on and around her stomach. 3 of them burst, ate her intestines, a third of her stomach. So I had to take care of her. Around that same time, my dad was a mechanical engineer for Boeing. And he was there for 27 years, unfortunately fell more than 8 feet, basically busted his back, broke his knee. So now we have a 2-story property. Who's gonna care for them? How does that look? I just figured it's my parents. That's why I'm taking care of them. Nothing grossed me out. But in that, my mom said, you're so good at this. You should start thinking about starting another business doing caregiving. When I started doing the caregiving, I started training other people to work underneath me, and we did in-home care. The laws changed, so I had to figure out how can I pivot. I found somebody who was a mentor of mine who told me, crawl before you run, do some small state government contracts, and start building a reputation, and then eventually, grow. When I started working with different caregivers, then CNAs, working with different nurses because they would come to the homes and take care of the patients, started understanding their roles and started understanding how to appropriately recruit those right people, because as you know, if you have the wrong person in your business and they don't care about what they're doing, they're going to be calling out sick, they're going to make you look bad, they're going to be combative, there's going to be a lot of issues that you find along the way. So for me, working in the industry and then recruiting different people for these industries, I found that medical staffing, thankfully, most of my staff goes to school specifically for this reason, but also in your conversations with them and knowing what facilities they worked at, what was a good thing that they take from that last job, and a negative thing. And that will tell you kind of more so what they say positively and negatively about those companies will actually open up the door, accidentally for the worms, can of worms to open. But in my janitorial and moving services, they are not government contracts, so they are governed a little differently. I hire ex-convicts. Unfortunately, my brother has had a lifelong career of getting into trouble. However, the one time that he is amazing is when he works. So he did the moving services with me, and we work with U.S. vets that are moving veterans from homelessness into housing and other nonprofits in the area. And to see my brother sit there and pull up a chair and have a conversation with these people that are so depressed, who have attempted suicide, who are overcoming PTSD. My dad served as a Marine Force Recon Vietnam vet, and we didn't know what PTSD was growing up, so I experienced that firsthand. So I loved seeing my brother in that aspect, and then I ended up, meeting other gentlemen that have the background but had the urge to want to change their life, but they cannot change their record. So seeing them firsthand working, doing these moving services, they get $25 to $30 an hour. I do not pay them terribly. I make sure that they get a living wage, but it is a testament that working in that industry and then meeting different people, never judge a book by its cover, because you just never know what somebody has experienced, somebody has overcome, and it could help you possibly change somebody else's life for the better, and you never know what that domino effect could be.
I applaud you for that, because obviously we've kind of talked about this also, having a purpose, being able to work and have gain the sense of self-value that comes from doing a good job and getting rewarded for that job. is huge for recovering from any number of things that people often have to recover for. But I want to go back to something you had said earlier in all of that, that kind of struck me in, I think there's a very interesting taproot that we could explore, because you talked about the change that happened to you, right? And these challenges, they were challenges. Life was throwing you curveballs. But yet you embraced those challenges and pivoted through those challenges and were able to then build a company that you probably would never have had the success that you're having now had those challenges not happened. So let's talk about how life sometimes looks like it's giving us that curveball and we can't hit it, and then all of a sudden we find ourselves, I know certainly
Yeah,
it applies.
I think it was, you know, in it, I'm not gonna lie, when I went through my divorce, I was suicidal. I attempted suicide. I was so distraught because I had built $1 million business within 3 years. You know, I met my husband in college and we built everything from scratch. I didn't meet a man who just had money and then all of a sudden, you know, I'm living a great life. You know, so it was devastating for me. And you know, like my mom said, then when she got sick and all that happened, then I had a purpose and it felt great taking care of my parents. And then eventually later on, for whatever reason, God always brought veterans into my life. So majority of my clients were either widows, wives of veterans, or veterans themselves. And so when I went through all these challenges, I see these veterans who came from, you know, the war. I had a Pearl Harbor veteran and tell me their stories. And that helped me feel encouraged and inspired, and it helped me realize, hearing their stories and working with them, and the nurses that are taking care of them and the experiences they had, that, oh my gosh, you might think you have it really, really bad. Somebody else is trying to overcome something that's really, really bad.
I think we can always keep that perspective in mind regardless of how bad we feel. If we take our eyes off ourselves and look around, there's somebody else who's got it worse, and appreciate that there is always a flip side. The glass might feel at times half full, but it really is, or half empty, but it really is half full. I want to change gears a little bit. Angel, and talking to Albert, he had mentioned that he called you actually the poster person for the transition assistance and the TAP program, and you know, how being that worked and how you were able to leverage that. Share a little from your experience on, you know, what was available to you. How did you tap into what was available and then leverage that and start in your business?
Yeah, so it started about 2 years ago. You know, I was kind of looking already to move on from military life, looking to retire from the Marine Corps. I think I wanted to get out while I still loved it. You know what I mean? So I was like, you know, it's time to move on. You know, you know, I don't want to just be collecting a check. You know, so you know, throughout my career, even as a PFC, we always had to sit in through classes, through like financial classes. I mean, the military just throws classes at you for everything, you know what I mean? So I was like, all these resources. But we never take advantage of the resources. I've never been somewhere that, I mean, I talked to my wife and she's like, they give you guys all that stuff? I'm like, yes. And she said, how come you don't take advantage? I was like, I don't know, it's just there. You just, you know what I mean? There's just so many things that we have at our fingertips and we don't take advantage. So I started taking advantage. I was like, you know what? I want to go see what all these resources are about. So I heard about the VBOC, which is actually the very first, organization that I reached out to. The VBOC actually, I took a lot of classes with the VBOC during COVID to start a business. Did the Boots to Business. Went through the TAP program, or the Transition Assistance Program to retire, and then the VBOC started being my liaison to different organizations they were my liaison through the SBDC. They were my liaison to a bunch of different things. They got me in contact with SCORE. They got me in contact with what now is the Apex, but was PTAC back in the day. And through the VBOC, I was able to get a Life Plan. I don't know if anybody knows what Life Plan is, but the VBOC actually offers you a free license for the Life Plan so that you can create a business plan. And this business plan actually helped me get into a program with the city of Temecula, the Temecula Valley Entrepreneurship Program, that helped me get a 3-year free office space in the old city of Temecula building. And that's where I met Carla. That's where I met Carla. That's where I met Mary Cervantes. She's the one that manages it. And, you know, it slowly started snowballing from there, you know what I mean? Because once I got the office space, then we started getting into the different contract opportunities. I went through a lot of different contracting classes through the SBDC. And it was just all these resources that were available to us. And it all started, honestly, from the VBOC because they're the direct liaison, you know what I mean? But a lot of the work had to be done by me. You know what I mean? And I think that's where a lot of people kind of get it misconstrued, where, you know, and sometimes it comes off that way that they actually might do all the work for you. So, you know, when you're there, you're like, oh man, you're gonna do all my work, and then it's like, no, I'm not. Like, so I see a lot of people get turned off by that, you know, because there was other people that I knew that were in my same classes, and you know, I've never seen them, you know, go through the progressions with me. You know what I mean? So
we're gonna show you the trail. But you're gonna hike it. You're gonna have to hike it.
And it was all just the information that was given to us, which was all invaluable. All the resources that were given to us, and all you really had to do was just take advantage of it. You know what I mean? Because it was there. Like there was things that I was like, you know, putting a government contract together. Is I bid on a maintenance contract for San Diego State University, and when I seen the RFP, I was like, oh my God, what is this? This is like a million. This looks
They're
like,
intimidating.
You know? And right away, I reached out to Carla. I was like, I don't know what this is, but I got a direct email from them, and they said since I'm identified as a small business, because they actually helped certify me. Through the California DGS, San Diego State reached out to me directly and was like, you're identified as a small business. This is a set aside. This is not going to get put on Cali Procure. And I was like, awesome. I don't know what this is. You know what I mean? So I reached out to Carla. Carla put me in contact with her contract specialist, and he literally walked me through everything. He was like, I need you to do this, this, and this. You know, like he did some of the legwork too, in the sense where he was like, I read this, you need to do this. Just bring me all this stuff, put it all together, I'll help red pen it for you, and then you can submit it.
So for all of these resources and all of this help and all this assistance, how much did you pay?
Nothing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was free.
Just wanted to make sure everyone was clear on that point too.
No, none of it. I mean, it's all to help the small businesses, and that's what I've seen. You know, a lot of it is all free assistance. It's just, you know, how much are you willing to put into it? That's the biggest thing. And honestly, it can be a little scary because you're looking at all these projects, and you know, you go through, you know, SAM.gov, which they helped me get registered. I mean, they helped me do everything. My company actually wouldn't be where it's at right now if it wasn't for the SBDC and the VBOC and all the resources that I leveraged, you know, because they kind of helped set up my foundation, you know, and they give a lot of classes too in marketing. Like there's a lot of things that I still use to this day, and one of the biggest advantages I think I have is because I got into that TVE2 in Temecula. Carla and the SBDC are moving upstairs, so I told her, I was like, I'm gonna be bugging you guys every day now, because you're literally right next. You're the office next to me. You're literally the office right next door to mine. So
that's
don't
great.
be surprised if I'm always there.
And we're actually neighbors.
And we're neighbors too.
We're
We
neighbors.
just found out today we're neighbors too.
He's on the back side of us.
All right. Well, again, now I see why Al said you are the poster person.
Yeah,
so
it's
definitely
a small world, you know.
That's great.
You know, it's good. I'm glad that these resources are out there. You know, it's just a lot of people don't take advantage of them, or they see them and they just feel that they're too great, which is, you know, and I always tell people, it's like, hey, you know, the greatest decisions in life that you'll ever make are always on the other side of fear. You know, so just take the plunge and do it.
It's a good quote.
It's a good quote. Let's shift a little bit more. We've mentioned a couple times the book Good to Great, but Eric, you had in our conversations before specifically mentioned one of the concepts in the book that Jim brings up, which is the hedgehog concept. So you said that was really important. Share a little about what it is and then why you think it's such an important concept.
Yeah, so that was a sort of, a unique concept in the book, and it's based on based on a famous essay called The Hedgehog and the Fox. And basically, the gist of it is the fox is this very cunning animal that can devise, a million different ways to attack the hedgehog. And each day, the fox would come up with a new plan and then launch its attack, and then the hedgehog would simply curl up into a ball and then present spikes, and it would thwart the attack. And the next day, the same thing would happen. The fox would come up with a different attack, and it would get thwarted. And the point is, the fox knows a whole lot, or knows a lot of things, but the hedgehog knows one very important thing, and that's why the hedgehog would always win. So from a business perspective, the idea is find your hedgehog concept. Find what it is that is very important, that you're going to be great at, and that will be your path to success. So I really like that, and I've actually, since reading that book, I had considered sort of expanding some things that we were going to do, but then I realized that doesn't fit into our hedgehog concept.
Yeah.
So it did help us, stay focused on what is important to us and keep our business going in the right direction.
That's great. And from what I remember of the concept also, he kind of talks about these three circles, right? There's the circle of the competence of the people that you have, and you kind of mentioned this before. You find the right people, you get the right people on the bus, and that helps you direct about how you're going to be able to execute, because it's the people that are going to be executing. It's the people that are going to be really doing the doing and providing. So whether it be tactically or even strategically, how you approach it does come and start with the people first. So the balancing of that circle, and then certainly the area that is the revenue, right? How you monetize and where is your strongest capability of profitability, because that is important. And then what can you be, as you just said, what can you really be good at, passionate and excellent at? And that hedgehog's sweet spot is where the three of those different concepts converge, where they overlap. And now, it's not easy. I think all of the book is aspirational. None of it is ever going to be, we'll never achieve any of these things that he talks about as being good to great. But to the more that we can continue to move in those directions, but really finding the right people and having the people passionate about what the mission is, certainly understanding what you can sell and what can be profitable, and then what you can be passionate about. And I get the sense of your passion from just who you are and how it affected your family in being able to just provide, and certainly for the rest of you also. So it's a great concept, and I think, have we plugged Jim's book enough? Does anyone else need to hear a little more on why you should read that book? But, all right, Edgar.
Yes.
Sure. So your past military experience, we talked about TAP and transition and all that, but how did your experience, certainly with the Seabees and such, how did that prepare you for your career in business? And perhaps what did you not know? Perhaps that's even more insightful, right? That you needed to understand as you started venturing into the company.
It's a good question, team. So, in the military, you serve as a team. You serve part of a team. And the government, or the the Navy instilled in us that it's not an I, it's a team effort to get from point A to point B. Imagine trying to deploy 600 folks from Port Hueneme, California to Afghanistan. It's not just one person, it's a team effort.
Right.
From the S3 to operations, admin folks. And what I learned here is exactly that. You know, when we travel to Guam, if I didn't have a team in place to book hotels, logistics, contracting, I wouldn't be able to make it to Guam. And what taught me is, it goes back to that mentorship part and actually finding the right folks. Is if you don't have the right folks, if that team's not built correctly, you can't get from point A to point B.
Yeah. Yeah. So that the point about having the right team and building the right team and mentoring the right team continues to be a recurring theme also, and rightly so. It is critical for any success in business. I often tell my students when I'm teaching the TAP class that there are no Lone Rangers in business. If any of you are old enough, sorry, but if you remember the TV show The Lone Ranger, it played on Nick at Night, so you might pick the reruns. But he was never alone. He had Tonto, and there was always the local sheriff that he was also working with. So he wasn't a Lone Ranger. He had support and resources. You may be in business for yourself, but you will never be in business by yourself.
If I can also add, Daryl, your team is not just the internal team. It's the external part as well, as your vendors, it's your subcontractors that you work with. It all is part of getting from point A to point B.
Yeah.
So just wanted to make that point, not just internal.
No, you're absolutely right. And you might have external consultants and your bookkeepers and your banker and right, those are all need to be part of your team too. And you have to build, and it takes time, but you have to build that network. So good.
Can I add on that?
Absolutely. Thank you.
So for the experience that you get in the military, I think and if I can add, it's like who's a veteran in the crowd? Yeah, so everybody knows that, you learn a specific trade, right? Everybody learns a specific trade, and that's going to help you. You were in construction, you were in the CBs. Mm-hmm. I was in communications, so I know communications, low voltage, all that, and IT consulting. But what the military didn't teach me was the business aspect of it, like the legalities of it, like all these other little administrative things that I had like zero idea about, and I was like, when I was talking to the different resources that were offered to me, you know what I mean? So, having the foundational knowledge of everything that the military taught us through our MOSs, which makes us our subject matter experts, but then the intangible things that the military teaches us through our leadership, teaches us morals, values, everything that, and nothing to say bad about civilians, but some things that the military teaches us, helps us to become who we are as business leaders, and gives us the courage and the foundational knowledge to start good businesses. I mean, just looking at the business folks up here, like they're all successful. I'm barely starting. And, I'm looking up to them like, oh man, I just want a little piece of your pie, you know what I mean? Because I see that, as leaders, as growing up in the military, what we've learned is intangible, and as long as we get the resources and assistance through, the legalities and all that, through using the VPOC and the SPDC and the other resources that are given to us, I think that those two married together, man, us as veteran business owners are unstoppable. Yeah. I'm going to be honest with you. Yeah. We're going to be unstoppable, because that we just need, we need to have that drive that I know us as veterans that we have, you know what I mean? So that's the one thing that I seen that the military gave us in our experience to be subject matter experts in leadership, ethics, and everything else, morals, values. And then the only thing I think might be lacking is like the legality, administrative things of how to run a business. But I think with just our tenacity and how we are as veterans, we're gonna find a way.
Yeah.
You know, we're gonna find a way.
Well, and statistically speaking, there are more small businesses that are owned by veterans as a percentage of than civilians, right? So if you look at the number of people that are civilians and number of people that are veterans and the percentage of small business, veterans do represent a higher percentage of small business owners than civilians do. So statistically, you've proven it out. I want to shift gears. Did you have something you wanted to add, or?
I wanted to circle back to transition. I appreciate that the gentleman at the end was a poster child. I was not a poster child, not because of my work ethic or I had bad values, because of my PTSD. You know, multiple blast injuries, pain, no sleep, and over time, the brain is going to fall apart and the body is going to fall apart. So I want to say this to all the veterans, because it took me a very, very long time, almost 8 years. For 4 years, I didn't listen to music. I captured a lot of terrorists. I speak Arabic fluently. I spent 18 months in Arabic language school before I went overseas. So, and I was in a hostage.
You guys should communicate in Arabic.
تكلم اللغة العربية. أين درست اللغة؟
فصحى.
فصحى فقط. أنا أتكلم اللغة الفصحى.
جيد جدا.
And so
over our heads.
I got prosecuted twice, not because I'm a bad guy, but because we had drug dealers across the street, and I refused to back down. I refused for them to ruin my neighborhood.
Yeah.
So that added into my transition. I'm not a bad guy. I was protecting my community. So I want to say to all the veterans out there who may be struggling, who maybe haven't walked and worked for a long time, and when I was looking for a job, I had already had 2 master's degrees, fluent in Arabic, and
Tagalog.
the EDD guys, and Tagalog, and EDD guys said to me, you should take a GS6 job so you can prove to the VA that you're serious about looking for a job. And I said to him, why do I have to prove to the VA? I have a metal knee, 2 metal hips, and a metal neck, and I'm looking for a job. Is that I have to take a GS6 job to prove to the VA that I'm serious? And so I said, I'd be sick because I'd be bored.
Right.
So that's when I decided to start my business. That was November 2021. And nobody would, of course, who would hire me? I haven't worked in a long time. You know, I'm not bitter about that. But over December 2021, I watched over 100 SBA videos, and I found the name of my company, and by the first day of business of the DGS, California, I applied and was approved for my Public Value LLC. I had already set it all up, and here I am today.
Right.
So I want to say, you know, I'm grateful that a lot of people don't have issues, but I'm also want to encourage the rest who may be having issues. Don't get issues just to, just be like me. But there's hope. There's always hope, and thank you.
Thank you, Leo. Absolutely.
Never like to touch. Even though I am not a veteran myself, I've been very blessed because of my dad being a Marine. Every single one of my strong mentors that have assisted me, I have E9, he's E9, Wayne Gatewood, started his first business with orange crates in a garage. And when I met him in San Diego at an event, he heard a little bit of my story, and he said, if you make it to DC in 6 months, he said, I will introduce you to every single person I know. And I did. I worked 6 months. My mom can attest to it. I had 2 days off that whole 6 months. I needed to afford that trip. When I got there, he introduced me to my next mentor, whose name is Caesar Nader. Caesar Nader also is a Marine, and he was a retired Marine. He bought the land out in Stafford, Quantico, off of the 95. It's X-Corp. It's a 4-story building. He built it from scratch. Currently, right now, there's a skiff being built on that 4th floor, and he's building, the building right behind him is going to be 5 times that size, and he does a plethora of things. And then introduced me to my current mentor, Chief Technology Officer of Systems Command of the Marine Corps, and I just came back from Rome because he introduced me to a bunch of military that we just did a huge training on data analytics and software programming for the wargaming. But my point is, even though I am not a Marine or a veteran, the camaraderie that the military has taught is been trickled down to me and has been a blessing for me because of my dad. They all took me under their wing and they have assisted me along the way. And so, you know, I'm very grateful for our military men and women, and I'm grateful for the opportunities that that has helped and installed in me as well. So even if you're not a military business, surround yourself with military men and women, because like you said, there's a will, there's a way. They will figure it out, and they will help you and bring you into their group too.
That's great.
We're all a family.
Thank you, Christina.
We're all
Hooyah. Yeah. All right, well, let's shift gears a little bit. I'm going to throw this question out for everyone. And it's based on a quote, Henry Ford, who said, nothing happens until somebody sells something. Now, that might be a little simplistic because a lot has to happen even before you can sell something, right? But the concept is still there, that at some point, something has to be sold. So let's talk a little bit about the sales process. Each of you are very different businesses and somewhat different industries and different customer bases. So how does that work? How does the sales process work for you, and how do you go about even approaching or starting into sales? Who wants to jump in?
I can share my first experience.
Please.
So
Yeah, your first sales is a great first starter.
it was an interesting one. We attended a large prime conference in Carlsbad in 2017. I didn't know what I was doing there, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I'm a small business, and we're going to a large prime. Okay, it's going to be the network part.
Right.
And as you could imagine, RQ Construction, all these big players were there. And I met this wonderful lady who owned a service contract.
And how did you meet her? Just wandering around the hall, you just
At
bumped
the
in?
event.
Yeah,
I had this little pin, actually.
Okay.
And she goes, that's a CB pen. And I was like, yes, ma'am, that's a CB pen. And she says, hey, are you a veteran-owned business? And I said, I am. And she says, I have this opportunity. It's in Texas. It used to be women's set aside. It expired. It's going to service disabled. I had her forward me the RFP.
Okay.
I used to be a contract specialist, by the way.
All right, so you-
So I was able to go through the RFP.
As opposed to Angel, you had some idea what it was.
And I said to myself, we can do this just on technical writing. And that was the sales pitch. Called the contracting officer. I wasn't afraid to say, hey, I was once like you. I was in 1102.
Right,
You know?
okay.
And she says, oh, really? It's like, yes. And this is what I'm going to do for you. So we wrote her a 15-page technical narrative.
Okay.
Presented it to her, and we got our first federal contract. Not only first federal contract, but first sole source contract.
Okay.
So the point that I'm making is, so our marketing approach, our sales is going straight to the horse.
Right.
It's going to those contracting officers, going to the contract specialists. It could be different in the state, but that's our approach. Is, you know, if you see an RFP out there, and if you can do the work, and if your team is capable of providing a nice package, that's how we do our sales.
Okay. Okay.
I can touch on mine. For the medical staffing, I'll separate it from the janitor and the moving services.
They're different.
I had gotten a call from somebody at a local chamber that said, hey, we have this event coming up. She said, I got a bank to sponsor you. Be here at this address at this time. So the next day, I already had a good relationship with her, so I knew if she told me to do something, to do it. So I got up that next day, I attended the event, they taught us how to get contracted and to set up our account with DGS. 3 years passed, and I thought, oh my God, what a waste of time, like it did nothing for me. And I all of a sudden got an email and it says, you meet the criteria for this contract. and like you, I had no idea on RFPs. I was like, what is this? It was so long. It's such a, intensive packet. I posted on Facebook, and I luckily did a lot of networking, and I posted on Facebook, and a friend of mine who's also a retired Marine said, Amiga, he said, remember I told you I used to do government contracting? He said, be at my office in San Diego tomorrow between this time, and I'm going to show you how to do the paperwork. I had to figure out how to do the pricing and all that things, all those things, but he literally made me redo that whole packet and how to break it apart and what was going to need to be, broken apart and submitted, etc. 3 times. And taught me the difference between blue ink, black ink,
Filling
all
all
of
the
those
boxes.
things that sometimes can be very intricate, and a reason for disqualification. Now, bringing it over to the moving services and cleaning services, because I posted a lot on Facebook and I did a lot of outreach events, a guy named Eddie Estrada, at the time, I met his team, I didn't realize, at an event where I had a booth. And he reached out to me on Facebook and said, let's get on a phone call. He said, I would like to set up a meeting with you and discuss doing cleaning services. We did not do cleaning services at that time. But what we did do is for a lot of our veterans and a lot of our clients in home, some of them were bedbound and some of them were in single family households where the significant other had passed away. So they did assistance with cooking and meal prep and cleaning. So we did do some of those services.
Right.
So I ended up meeting with him. He told me a little bit about what his needs were, and at that time it was finding more housing. I connected him with some investors, and then he said, thank you for that, and he said, I want to give you all of Inland Empire to do cleaning services.
Okay.
He was the executive director at the time at US Vets. This is back in 2017. He is now the vice president at Step Up on Second, and he brought us on board in 2020 to Step Up on Second when he got that job. And he said, I know that if I give you a task, you'll figure it out. And that's how we started doing moving services, because when we would do cleaning, people were leaving behind mattresses, things like that. So we started doing relocation and then trash removal, etc. And that's how that went. It was from going out, being at the right place at the right time, and going out and seeking what you would like to get back in return, which is making relationships.
But yeah, I was going to say, but I also heard establishing and really maintaining relationships,
Yes.
delivering on what was promised,
Yes.
maybe over delivering, and developing that network. And yeah, absolutely. Anyone else? Yeah.
For
Leo?
me, I also didn't know about RFPs and RFQs. I know a lot of acronyms, but not those. And I initially, the first 3 proposals, I did them on my own.
Oh.
Within a couple of months of starting, they were state level
Yeah.
contracts. And the first one, I was within 1 minute of the deadline.
Oh.
Because
Yeah.
it took me so long to
Yeah.
figure it out. And I bickered a little bit, not because it was a lot. I'm used to doing a lot of work, but because I just couldn't translate, the forms, the numbers, and I wasn't able to connect in my mind why they needed this and that. And so the first 3 all failed.
Mhm.
And then a few months ago, maybe 8 months ago, I listened to Wayne Gross.
Okay.
Wayne Gross said, you have to list as many, not NAICS codes, but the
Keywords.
California keywords.
Keywords, and you need to have the right NAICS codes too.
And I spent probably a whole week redoing them, and I screwed it up, and I had to go back in there. But because I listened to him, companies have come up to me and said, hey, we see you do competitive intelligence.
Yeah.
And that's how I got my first ever subcontract with
Yeah.
the California Energy Commission. And then, because another company reached out to me and said, you have the only code for professional writing.
Uh-huh.
So, in the whole state, and I said, really?
Okay.
So I listened.
Yeah.
It didn't make sense to me. I couldn't connect them all, but I listened to everyone, and that's how I got started.
Yeah, good. So let's expand on selling and talk about marketing, right? Which is different, but related certainly. How do you market your company? What are you doing to even just get exposure or start to perhaps start to have the opportunity to then sell?
So I guess I can chime in, and I will tie it back to selling as well. So my company does almost no marketing. We have a website,
Right.
but that's about it. When we first started trying to get projects, when we first started the company, we made a concerted effort to, we had clients, architects or building owners that we'd worked with in the past that had good experience with this, and they wanted to work with us again, we were sure. So we would call them up and say, hey, I'm off on my own now. I'd like to team with you. What projects do you have coming up? And so there was a lot of us reaching out to people that we had worked with in the past at that time. Now, since we've been established for a few years, we don't really reach out to those clients as much as they're reaching out to us, right? So we've done projects with them. We've done a good job. Now when they need more engineering, they just come back to us. And then we also get calls from people that we don't know who they are, and they just say, hey, I'm so-and-so with this company. This person told me to call you.
Okay.
So just doing good work is sort of our own marketing for us.
Yeah, yeah. And you're in a specific enough niche, I'm not sure how you pronounce it, but it doesn't matter. You're specific enough that you have the luxury or opportunity. However, it brings up another one of Jim Collins's. Okay, I'm going to plug you one more time. The concept of the flywheel, right? Yeah, I should be getting a kickback.
Right.
But the concept of the flywheel of momentum. You had to work hard and put a lot of effort into developing that relation, that brand of you and your ability to deliver before you had the luxury of being able to sit back and not have to actively put in a lot of effort to earn the company, the business. And again, the concept of momentum, you have to, he uses the analogy of a flywheel. A flywheel, if you're not familiar with it, ever in physics, it's a very heavy thing that takes an immense amount of energy to get it moving. But once it's moving, it then just keeps going because inertia happens. I learned it as a kid. My parents had a doughboy pool. It's a little tall, about 3 foot tall, little metal frame with a rubber thing inside of it. If you have never, you've seen them. If you've never had one, but that's all we had. It was above ground pool, and one summer. I was, I don't know, probably 10 years old. We got one in the backyard and nothing else to do during the days. I started walking in circles around this pool. And I sort of developed this kind of game with myself as I'd start walking and faster and faster and faster. It took a lot of effort over a long period of time to get that water moving, but I could actually create a whirlpool in it, and then I'd lift my legs and it would spin me around, and it was all, 10 years old, and it's a bored summer day, and I'm playing in the water. So it was great, but that concept, it's just that image of what it takes to generate that kind of momentum. But the magic that comes from it once you do is just remarkable. So thanks for that. Changing gears again, let's shift and think of, again, some of the stuff that, Angela, you had said that you didn't understand and you didn't know. Each of you have a legal structure for your business and how you've established your business. And that is an important consideration that we don't always hear about or know about. So let's spend a little time for the audience and talk about what is the legal structure that you have for your business, and why did you pick that particular structure for your business. And what, I know Christina's Angels you're a corporation.
Yes, we are an S corp. I found out through trial and error. Please don't do what I did. I was not a corporation in the beginning, and so and at the time I didn't know what system to use, and I started learning over time, like, don't be afraid to ask and ask and ask, right? And so I was using QuickBooks in the beginning, and it wasn't automatically pulling out my taxes and things. So I got that mixed in with not being paid for 4 to 6 months on one of my very first large contracts, really just took me out. But so I learned, and then falling on my face, okay, I need to ask. So I asked my mentor, and he said, why are you not a corporation? And he gave me kind of a breakdown on why I should be a corporation, the benefits, even though, yes, in the beginning it's tough. Every penny, every dollar that goes out of your pocket to build your business is tough. But trust me, if you do it the right way in the beginning, you won't have to suffer like I did. I had $10,000 in back taxes, and the one thing about the government is, as soon as you owe them, they are quick to take that money back from you.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I had my accounts levied, the whole 9 yards. I learned the hard way. For me, all the benefits that I went through and researched, S Corp was the best for me.
Okay, so you're specific in S Corp, which is different than a C Corp or B Corp or such. There's other, but S Corps are specifically for smaller businesses. Are you the sole shareholder, or do you have others? Okay, so you are the sole shareholder with your 100 shares, and
It is one of those things that I need to. I've had investors want to come into my business, and that is something that I need to get better at. The PTSD that I have from my divorce, and my husband ended up closing our business under our name, reopening under our brother-in-law's name, and then filing Chapter 13 bankruptcy, and completely cut me out of. We made over 1.2 million in just 1 year alone. So just as an example, I literally was in quicksand. So I need to get over that PTSD of trying to allow that to happen. But definitely, currently right now, things are going well.
finding the right partners and the right investors can be incredibly valuable, but it has to be the right fit. And if it's not the right fit, it can be very, very costly. So it is a hard but valuable decision, but certainly so, as an S Corp. And I know you're an LLC, which is a limited liability company. So
I'm an LLC, I file as an S Corp.
You've submitted the form to the IRS that
521.
for the purpose of taxes, you're being treated as an S Corp, but you are still legally an LLC.
Pass-through income.
Right.
And I listened, I don't know any better. So maybe in the future I'll be a full S Corp. But for now I'm learning the same thing.
Yeah.
Until I make enough mistakes,
Well, and they all exist as business structures because there's an appropriate application for each of them, right? It's not that you need to be an S Corp or you need to be an LLC. You need to find the right structure that represents how your business is going to operate. So, yeah.
And I also had, a few people want to invest in the company.
Okay.
And we had initial conversations, and then it kind of cooled down. And it's not personal, it's things in their businesses shift, and things in my business shift, but it'll come around because I know the two people have great work ethic, and I would love for them to be part of my team.
Yeah. All right.
I'm also registered as an S corporation.
Okay.
One of the reasons why I chose at the time, it's a double taxation. C Corp, S Corp, you got that double tax.
Right.
I just didn't want to deal with.
Right.
I also wanted to protect personal assets and take that liability out.
A corporation is the most distant in terms of that. If you, I use the analogy of a moat, right? Keeping the liability from your castle. you have a little bit of a moat with an LLC. You've got a moat with an LLC, but an S corp gives you a bigger moat. And as long as you don't do the wrong things, there's no bridge. If you do the wrong things, they have a bridge that they can cross your moat with. So do the right things.
Yeah, and there's also other things you can put in place, but those are the bigger reasons. And then I'm 95 ownership,
Okay.
5% outstanding
Okay.
shares. So.
Okay, all right. And Astral?
Yeah,
Engineers?
so when we started, I didn't know what, structure we needed to take, so I contacted a lawyer to help us with that, and
Okay.
contacted a CPA to help us with
Okay.
it. And after talking with them, we determined that because we require a professional license to perform our services, we're required to be a professional corporation. We could not be an LLC.
Okay.
And then we
Now,
are
are those licenses issued to the company or to the individuals?
to the individual.
Okay,
And then we are also taxed as an S corp. I'm the sole owner right now.
Right.
So we do have a pass through.
right.
I am also an S corp, and the reason why I did that was mainly for growth and taxes.
Sure.
So, as an S corp, I'm an employee of the company, so I would take my salary. An example is I make $1 million a year in profit. A CEO of a company would take out like $300,000 profit for himself as far as the salary. So my employment taxes would only get taxed on those $300,000, and the rest would be taxed on income, which is substantially a lot less.
Right.
So that's kind of, I did the research, and I also talked to a CPA and a lawyer, and they helped me put everything together, and that's why I ended up being an S corp. And then more for the investment portion of it. So when I'm ready to expand my company and become larger, and I could take on, either silent investors or whatnot that want to buy shares, it's easier for me to do that than it would be to have to restructure the whole company, do all the legal structure. Just, again, going back to the foundational knowledge of making sure I did everything right in the beginning, even though it was a pain. I try to make the right decisions based off of the information that I had.
So you sought legal advice, you sought legal advice. Did you seek legal advice?
I did not. No.
Okay.
No, I didn't.
You sought advice eventually.
Yeah.
But I think there is a theme there also, is there's a lot of nuances behind what is the right structure for your business, and it's not that you can't change, but it's better to, as to you say, to find the right, pick the right, and
right
proceed
from
with
the
it
beginning.
from the very beginning, even though it was more expensive.
People don't want to put that $800 out there, but let me tell you, and penalties and fees and things like that, if I could go back in time, I definitely would have invested that money.
Yeah, you can rack up $800 in penalties really quickly.
Oh,
Very quickly. All right, let's shift again, and let's talk about work-life balance.
Ooh.
Because I think, right,
Right? Yeah, you're a movie
there's,
over.
I'm not sure where balance is. Sometimes I know over the course of my career, sometimes I often thought that balance was this point I passed through as I went from unbalanced over here to unbalanced over there. Right? But let's just talk about that. First of all, how do you find and do you find it, right? And where do you have to? What is the commitments that are there, and how do you approach that?
That's a tough one.
Yes, very
Yeah.
Work-life balance as an entrepreneur, I don't think it exists. Because the stats tells you that a startup company up to the year 5 is, if you can hit year 5, then it's probably going to succeed
Yeah,
and
yeah.
push forward.
Yeah.
So-
Percentage-wise, your probabilities of success is, yeah.
Having that in mind, our work-life balance, it didn't exist. It was actually a 10-year plan, and I have a great wife. She is the foundation at home. And when I told her I was going to retire from the military, we're going to start our own business. It was about a 10-year plan. So for the first 10 years, it was getting the business going. So, from our experience, minimal life balance. But I'm happy to say that Thursday, I'm taking the family on our first vacation. So,
Nice.
yeah,
Where are you on?
Hawaii,
Which island?
going to Oahu.
Wonderful.
I was actually stationed there as my first 3 station. I was a
Okay.
flag driver.
Okay.
And I'm
So
going
you-
back there, and I'm going to show my family Pearl Harbor and all that. And my oldest daughter, Nani, she's here. So,
That's great.
Yeah.
That's great. Eric,
Yeah, I
you're-
guess it's definitely difficult, as an entrepreneur to have work-life balance. I view it as, I feel like the work-life balance of my team members is more important than my work-life balance. I've seen too many people, especially I guess in the industry that I'm in, the good ones just get more and more workload piled on them, and then they get burnt out and they just can't go anymore. So I want the good ones to come and join my team, but I don't want to overburden them. So I really make it a point to try to keep the life in their balance, substantial. And that's fine if that overflow workload comes on me for now. I know that eventually that will change, and I will get more life in my balance. But
Yep.
yeah.
that's a good point about your
Leo,
team.
you were going to say?
That's important. That's very important.
To me, I don't want balance. 'Cause
Oh,
that means that
interesting.
there's something in my life that I don't want or I don't like. But if I pick all of the things that I like, then I'm aligned with them. I don't have to balance them against something that's not worth doing. So I love to work. I love to write. I love strategy. I love to read. I collect maps. I love talking to my wife, and to me that's fun.
Yeah.
I love studying. I'm doing a doctorate program still.
Right.
I just finished my first year, and I'm building my business. I don't have a lot of time off, but I don't miss anything because I love what I'm doing.
Well, and I think that was one of the points that I'm glad you brought that up, because I think that is one of the most important points of work-life balance and maybe it is just learning to change your perspective on what it is that you do, right? Maybe it's you're fortunate enough to just do what you're passionate about, or you have to convince yourself to be passionate about what you do. I don't know that one works better than the other.
If you find your passion and you love what you do, it's
not
natural
work.
thing. Yeah,
It's
not.
what you do, right?
I love it. I find myself at 1 o'clock in the morning sometimes, doing paperwork and things like that, and then I have to mentally, have a conversation with myself. And I've gotten better over the years. My dad had gotten diagnosed with dementia about 5 years ago, but that was an eye opener of, okay, wait, my sole purpose in this lifetime for me, I feel, is to help others and to balance my family.
Right.
And so I do attest to, somebody said earlier, your friendships are there, they're always going to be there, you love them. But now more of my friendships, my closest friendships now are people that own businesses. Because I constantly am almost 24/7 in business,
Yeah.
But I love what I do.
So it's
but
not
I
work.
try, but I do try very hard, and I'm fortunate enough that my dad's retired, my mom's retired, that, I take trips and they go with me. Unfortunately, the trip to Rome, they could not, I couldn't afford to take everybody to that one. I took them to Hawaii a couple of years ago, but, it is a tough thing, but it's something that I think all entrepreneurs do struggle with, and there's no real formula to,
And again, I
doing
think it
all
comes
of
back to the flywheel momentum, right? It's going to take a lot of effort up front. If you just acknowledge that, if you're passionate about it, if you're passionate about what you're looking to achieve with it, then you put that effort in, and you don't look back and necessarily regret. But there becomes a point where it starts to have the momentum, and you can take take advantage of that and
Yeah,
and
and
ride
that's where
that
my
more.
dad's diagnosis made me realize more so that I can't get 1 minute ago back. I can't get an hour ago back. You know, I obviously am very grateful for the success I have, and I want to continue it. So I need to bring more people on my team that can help me delegate, so that I can continue to spend time with my family and create memories that I will not look at later and say, oh my God, I worked, and then I missed great opportunities to create memories with my family, my loved ones.
I was trying to convince my family to go to Guam with us. Nadi doesn't want to go.
Oh, my granddaughter, she's there in the audience. My granddaughter said, my daughter's in nursing school right now. And so my dad said, are you going to take Ariana with you? She's actually my assistant. And I said, no, unfortunately, she's not going to come with me. My granddaughter heard in the background and said, I don't have school. And grabbed her luggage. And I'm like, oh,
yeah.
So I FaceTimed while I was there.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Wow.
Okay, so let me ask this last question. This will be our last question for the panel. What is the one most important lesson that you've learned that you want to be able to share with somebody? I mean, we've talked a lot of a lot of different advice, but what is the most important lesson you've learned, and what one piece would you give to our audience members?
I would say for me has been monetarily. Having enough money saved aside that it doesn't stop you. And my first, like I said, my very first large contract, it took them 4 to 6 months to pay me. And I lost all my employees to the competitor on that contract because it was more important for me to like hand them over to the competitor than versus them lose a job. It wasn't their fault that I didn't plan appropriately. And so it took me a while to build up that business credit, to like start realizing, okay, if one client owes you $20,000 to $30,000, you've got to kind of stop and, you know, reevaluate, you know, what you're doing. So building relationships with companies to realize, like, you know, that you want to keep going, and having 4 to 6 months, I would say, to be fair, have more than that, but at least 4 to 6 months of reserves, because working with the government is amazing, because you'll definitely get paid eventually.
Right.
You know, you'll definitely get paid, but it could take a lot longer than you think, and it's so exciting. You get so excited in that momentum, and realize, wait, you know, I'm doing a disservice to my client, the government client, and a disservice now to my employees and my business.
And it isn't always government. There are other times where your receivables can be a long time. So
Nonprofits as well, yes.
I know an example of a manufacturer in China got a huge order at retail locations, but it was still 120 days from when he bought it to when he actually got paid for it. So, Len,
For me,
you.
I had imposter syndrome for many months when I first started.
Interesting, yeah.
And no one believed in me until I believed in myself.
Yeah.
And that was very, very a hard obstacle
Right.
to finally say, you know, I belong here.
Yeah. You
I have
do
value here.
You do. And you have something of value that you can contribute and make a difference.
That was the biggest thing.
And again, sometimes our growth is external, sometimes our growth is internal, and thank you for sharing that and being vulnerable and honest enough to share that. Edgar?
I'd have to say, stay the course. I know that's a Navy term, you know, you can go one direction, and the skipper says, stay the course. I say that because FedVet, in its infant stages, back in 2016, it was a nonprofit organization.
Really?
So for all the veterans here, everyone knows what Top Class is, right?
Yeah.
Top Class, let's be honest, is not the greatest experience, right? You get a senior enlisted guy, you get an officer, and it's a week-long course.
Yeah.
And in that week-long course, the military teaches you how to write a resume, and they also teach you how to include yourself in the civilian sector. But a week is just not enough time. It just doesn't do it's not it doesn't do justice for one person serving 1 year, 2 years, 20 years.
Right.
So FedVet was intended to give back to the veteran community in the sense of internship.
Okay.
But I didn't know how to do that.
Right.
You know, you had the Wounded Warrior Program and all these different organizations. And I knew I was going to be stuck and I wasn't going to go nowhere. I said to myself, well, I love construction. I do construction. I'm a contract specialist. Why don't we go the construction route? And I totally forgot about the nonprofit, but it was still in the back of my head.
Right, right.
Fast forward to 2020, right before COVID hit, I was introduced to the Navy Skills Bridge program.
Okay.
And
Now you have.
FedVet is part of that organization,
Sure.
and we intern those service members getting out.
Right.
And I think we're at number 10 now, and we've hired 3 or 4.
Sure.
So you know that was my way of giving back, and I say stay the course because if your passion is one thing, and no matter what obstacles are there, stay the course, and you will find a way to get it done.
Yeah, that's great. Great. Thanks for sharing that. Eric.
Yeah, so I guess one thing that I learned was, that a letter of interest, letter of intent means nothing. And, early on, we had some projects that we really felt were going to land, and then they would fall through. So don't count your chickens before they hatch. Keep driving. And my advice would be to find your hedgehog concept and then execute your business to support that concept.
Good. All right.
My advice, is you're only as good as the people that are behind you. And what I mean by that is who your support system is,
Yeah.
whether it be your spouse, your best friend, your parents, whatever the case is. Ensure that they are in complete 100%, have your back, and they understand, what you're going to go through, because starting a business is like, having a brand new baby. You got to give that thing like all of your time. And that's what I told my wife. I was like, if we're starting this, it's like a deployment.
Yeah.
You might as well just think I'm deployed, because for everybody that's had their significant other deployed, she actually prefers when I was gone. 'Cause when I come home.
You didn't mess up the house.
I come
Yeah.
home and she's like, "You're messing up my routine." I was
Yeah,
like,
you're in the way.
I'm sorry that I came home. So, but that's the reality. Is like they become so independent, but because they have an understanding
Right.
of what you're trying to do. You know what I mean? So, as long as I try to have some type of balance, and really it's like, just tell me what are the important events so that I can ensure I put it in my schedule. But you have to understand that if somebody calls me and says, I need you tomorrow, I'm going to be there tomorrow, because that's what you have to do when you're starting something new. You have to be available. You have to be willing to do what nobody else will do, so that the company that called you will be successful, because their success is ultimately your success.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that's the way I feel about
Yeah,
it.
your success is a trailing indicator of the value you've created for others.
Mm-hmm.
And it's trailing, sometimes 90 days. Well, I want to thank all of you. Great insights, great thoughts, great topics. And we also have some plaques that I want to give to each of you. This is the Skin in the Game Award. So we'll start with you, Christina. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Angel,
Thank you.
I happened to grab yours, so thank you.
Thank you.
We now have, I
long
can grab
journey,
one of these. Leonard, there you are, sir.
Thank you, Daryl.
Thank you. Edgar,
Thank you. Thank you, Darryl. Appreciate it.
thank you. And Eric,
Thank you very much.
thanks. Great job to all of you.
I'd like to make a presentation real quick.
Grateful for you
Oh,
too.
sorry.
I'm sorry. And we also have your plaque. We're very grateful for the emails, for the time that you took to get us all connected and to make sure that we were prepared for today and have this great ability to converse with everybody. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to also make a presentation on behalf of FedVet and all the veterans at FedVet. We have a command coin, and we would like to present you with the command coin of FedVet. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Appreciate that very much. I will honor this. I will honor this. This does mean a lot to me because I know what these are. So, all right, and we are adjourned. I believe we're going to have some more outside, and again, later after lunch, we'll have another panel presentation talking about government contracting. So come on back for that.
I hope you're all having an incredible time here at the trade show, meeting wonderful people, networking, exchanging information. That's what it's all about. It's about building relationships. So our keynote speaker is Mr. Bjorn, also as they call him, Nilsson, a business manager for Dragados Flatiron Joint Venture. He's a former U.S. Army Finance and Accounting Officer. He drives the joint venture's attainment of one of the state's largest small business goals, exceeding $900 million. Mr. Nilsson, Bjorn, also as they call him, is a fierce proponent of veteran-owned businesses and recognizes that his fellow veterans bring a dedication to mission accomplishment with them to any job site, and all they need to succeed is what? Opportunity. So without further delay, please, let's give Mr. Nilsson a round of applause, letting him know we're excited to hear more about what he has to say. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Bjorn, also Nilsson.
The American poet and novelist Gene Tuner once said, "We learn the rope of life by untying its knots." Let me say that again. We learn the rope of life by untying its knots. Let that sink in. Let that sink in. It truly is an honor for me to be here today. And as both a veteran and a musician, I can't let the performances of our Marine Corps musicians go without recognition. So please, another round of applause for our fantastic musicians that we've had here today. I'm actually up here with a couple of purposes. One is to talk to you about small businesses and learning the ropes to government contracting and to contracting with government prime contractors, such as the company I work for. But the other reason I'm up here is, Sandra, would you come up again, please? Folks, Sandra has been our MC today, and she has done a spectacular job. I can only imagine what it would be like for her to be a motivational speaker and to be addressing people I work with or even addressing this room on a motivational topic. Sandra, you have skin in the game.
Thank you.
So we're presenting that to you today. So again, it's really an honor to be here, and I wanted to share something with you. There's been a recent study that came out of Stanford University out of the hospital, where they studied the human brain. And while I'd like to be able to tell you that they came up with something absolutely earth-shattering that would change our worlds, they didn't. What they did is they actually proved that a British jurist from the 1800s, in fact, a gentleman by, what was his name here? I know I have it, George Jessel. George Jessel. George Jessel was right in the late 1800s when he said, the human brain begins its activity the moment we're born, and it never stops. The brain keeps going and going and going until you stand up to speak in public. So if I have a George Jessel moment, during this presentation, you'll understand why. Okay. So again, before I get into the presentation today, I have a couple of folks that I need to thank. First, Albert. There he is. Albert, thank you for reading my email. Thank you for texting me. Thank you for calling me. Thank you for talking to me, hearing me out about why I wanted to be an exhibitor at this particular event. I just never knew that getting up here and speaking in front of all of you was going to be the price of admission. But here we go. One of the things that I've learned here and that came out while talking with Albert was that in the job that I've been doing for the last 6.5 years with Dragados Flatiron as their small business manager, is that I've discovered that there was a passion deep inside of me. There was a passion for seeing people succeed, for seeing small businesses succeed, for seeing people of different ethnicities and seeing their businesses succeed and how those businesses could grow and move on from one generation to the next. Where I could see my fellow veterans actually succeed and get someplace. And I realized that by being up here today, as nerve-wracking as it might be, that Albert, you've actually helped me bring full circle another person's 100-year mission. And that's the other person I want to thank. When I exited military service way back, way back, I mean back around the disco era, back in 1986 when I got out of military service, I did what a lot of military people do. I floundered in the civilian world. Wasn't sure what to do, wasn't sure where I fit in. I grew up, I was a military brat, for crying out loud. I went to school on an Army ROTC scholarship. I didn't have to interview for jobs, I had one. I raised my hand and said, I do. I floundered for a long time and I couldn't find something. I mean, I worked temporary jobs. I worked on a loading dock for Safeway stores. I helped put together a Marshall's department store. I worked retail hours in an auto parts store. I worked a swing shift and a grave shift as a warehouse manager. And I even tried my hand at a sales career. You think by yakking as long as I have already that I'd be pretty good at it. But I never found that sense of what I'm doing is important. That what I'm doing is something that matters. That what I'm doing is something that will last. And that is until I met a gentleman by the name of Ben Mannering. Ben was a retired naval officer. He was a captain, 06. And he commanded a destroyer during the Korean War. And I was unemployed at the time and was introduced to Ben by a veterans advocate through the unemployment office. And the veterans advocate had said that Ben was specifically looking for a veteran to fill a position in his small family-owned import-export business. They were doing work as a government contractor to the U.S. Agency for International Development, and he was looking for a veteran. Unfortunately, Ben chose me. I later had the opportunity to thank Ben and ask him, Ben, why a veteran? Why me? Why a veteran? And Ben's answer was real simple. His answer spoke to what every veteran in this room already knows. Ben's answer was, I chose and wanted a veteran because veterans have a work ethic that very few in the civilian world really know to the depth that a veteran does. Veterans know mission accomplishment and that the mission comes first. If you're looking for veterans to hire in your company, by all means, give them that opportunity, give them that chance. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for the opportunities that have been presented to me over a career of, okay, I'll say it, 43 years. Yeah, I'm that old. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for those opportunities. That's a word I've used over and over again, because that's actually what I want to talk about. I want to talk about opportunities. I look around this room, and every table that's here represents an opportunity to a veteran-owned business. Every single table. So, we're going to talk about the untying knots in the rope of small businesses, in the rope of doing work with the government, in doing work with a contractor such as myself. We're going to talk about this rope, and man, I feel sorry for you guys, but we're going to talk about every knot in the rope. So you're going to dig in, sit down, and hang on with me, okay? When we think about the word opportunity, again, a word that's been used a lot here today, what comes to mind? Well, anything can come to mind. I mean, that word really covers a wide swath of human nature, if you will. For me, I'll give you an example of what I mean by this. The other day, my wife, who was watching via streaming, hi honey, I actually am here. She said to me, yeah, I'm going to get in trouble for this when we get home. She said to me, she said, honey, it's not going to be 100 degrees today. Maybe you should take advantage of the opportunity to go out and mow the lawn. And I was like, and I thought, I don't know about you, but for me, I don't know if I sweat less in a 96-degree day or a 100-degree day. I don't know if there's a difference. So for that particular opportunity, they had the value of, But then let's take that pendulum and swing it all the way over here, okay? If I tell you, or I repeat for you, that America is the land of opportunity, what visions come to mind for you? As a veteran, are you proud that you served to protect that ideal? Are you proud that you served to give others the opportunity in a land of opportunity? For me, I think about my friend and very world famous trumpet player, Arturo Sandoval, who came to the United States from Cuba. And he put himself and his entire family at risk with the Cuban government, with Castro's government, to come to this country. And I can tell you that I've never met a man that was more American than Arturo. Arturo hangs an American flag off the end of his trumpet. He gives everything he has to each and every performance. what do you think Arturo thought of the word opportunity? So you can see that word goes across a very, very wide swath of things. So again, from my vantage point up here, I see a lot of businesses and I see a lot of opportunities. And if we had young startup veteran businesses that were visiting us today, and maybe there are some here today, every table in this room represents some sort of opportunity. You may not think of it that way, but it is here. There are exhibitors here today that are from the educational industry, from the education sector. If you don't think as a business owner that you need to continue your education, think again. You might be the best concrete worker anywhere in the state, but if you haven't gone to school and learned something about accounting, you didn't untie that knot. You didn't round out your education. Not that you have to be an expert in everything, but you need to have an education. You need to continue your education so that you can protect yourself and your business. Am I right? Of course. Again, know the accounting. You don't have to be an expert. Why? Because there are people here today from the finance and surety businesses. So you might be thinking, well, you're not a small business. I've got a bank account. I got a $25,000 line of credit with my bank. That's all I need for now. And I'd say, yeah, you might be right. It's all you need for now. But what about the future? What about growth? What about employees? What about benefits? What about your children? What about growing a business so it's going to be around for 100 years? What about bonding? What about insurance that's needed? All of those different things. You can't be the jack of all trades and be able to answer all those questions. You have to find the people that represented that second knot that we just untied that are in those industries. Because if you want to come work for me, I'm going to require that you have insurance. Construction is a dangerous, very, very dangerous profession. People get hurt. You have to have insurance. I'm going to ask you to build things that the trains are going to travel over at 200 plus miles per hour. There's going to be hundreds of people on board. You need to have insurance, you need to have surety bonds, you need to be able to build a product that can withstand that kind of travel. Again, there are people here that can help you navigate those particular waters and learn that part of your rope. So 100 years from now, where is your business going to be? Not figuratively, but literally, where is your business going to be? You still going to be working out of your garage, your basement, home office? Maybe you're going to grow. Chances are you will, and you want to. So you're going to need a new place. You might need just a small office, you know, that has shared resources and that sort of thing. Or you might need a building built for you. There are people here today that can help you with that. They can help you to answer that question. Where will my business be 100 years from now? Man, wouldn't it be cool? Sandra, wouldn't it be cool to see a big tall skyscraper with your name on top? Yeah. Sounds great, doesn't it? Right? Yeah. Well, to make that happen, there's another element that has to be thought about. And that is, what does your business name mean? What does it stand for? What do people think of when they think of your name? You have a reputation out there. You have a story to tell. I'm meeting with people who are here today that can help me tell the story of what we're doing out there in the Central Valley. A story that people here in the Los Angeles area or even up in the Bay Area, you're not hearing the story of what we're doing. We've got to get that story out. We have got to go out and market. We got to sell, we got to advertise. And that's exactly what you need to make your business grow, so that when you put your name on the building, it means something. I'm a Kansas City Chiefs fan, and believe me, when I hang a Chiefs flag outside my house, amongst all my Raiders fans and neighbors, yeah, thank goodness we won a Super Bowl, so the name means something, right? Give me a pause for the cause. So yeah, don't think that real estate folks here are here just to sell your house or to sell you a house. No, real estate goes much more than just home ownership. It goes into your business and where your business is located and finding the right place for your growth. So think about those folks when you talk to them, and think about not today, think about tomorrow. Find a realtor that you can work with that knows the market and where you want to be and what you want to be. Okay, well, we're getting through a few of these. So as a business owner, you're taking care of yourself, you're taking care of your education, you're protecting your business name. But who's looking out for your family? Now, I know you are. I know each business owner looks out for their family. I look out for mine as well. But heaven forbid that something catastrophic should happen. Well, there are family and personal services people that are also here today that can help you in the event of a catastrophe like that. Again, heaven forbid that you would ever need their services, but you have to have a backup. You have to have a plan so that your business doesn't go under, that your dream doesn't die, that 100-year plan doesn't fizzle out after 3 or 4 years. Again, heaven forbid that you would need those services, but sometimes, to use football terms, the best offense is a really strong defense. We're learning a lot more about this rope, aren't we? Yeah. So we got the family covered, we got ourselves covered, we got a whole bunch of things going on, and in today's business world, we got to protect the business itself. We got to protect our employees. So where does that take me? That takes me to a lot of the safety and security people that are here. You put your business online, you need internet security. You have valuable equipment, you need physical security. You have employees that need personal protective security, personal and protective equipment. Again, you can mitigate personal risk with equipment, but don't pass off the guys that are here that talk to you about cybersecurity, because sometimes, man, the worst enemy you've got is the one that you can't see coming. And if there are any infantry soldiers of any kind in the room, what's worse than a sniper attack? What's worse than being caught in an ambush? Being caught by an enemy that you can't see. You know, I ought to go into advertising. I mean, I think I just did something for all you cyber guys. You know? Anybody wants to use that, feel free, but you know, don't forget about maybe commission or something. I don't. Okay, well, we're getting along here. We're getting down into some bigger nuts that are coming up. I said earlier, being a jack of all trades. I like to kind of think of myself as a jack of all trades. There's a lot of things I can do. You know, working around the house, I can do plumbing. I can do electrical. I mean, I clean my own pool. I do all these things, right? Work on my own car, although I never touch air conditioning systems. You can't be a jack of all trades and a master of none. So if you are, if your business is built around what you do at your core, what you do as your very best thing, it's great. Focus on it. Be well-rounded and know about the other aspects of your business. But when you need expertise, when you need help, don't be afraid to reach out to consultants. Don't be afraid to reach out to people for help. There are people out there that are experts. I mean, I'm sitting here today working for a large corporation, and I'm working the room because I'm trying to figure out how do I get more veterans to come to work with me. So I talked to the people from DGS, from VBOC, from Calvet, to put together a plan about how we can get more veterans, get their businesses registered, how we can fill the gaps that exist in the business world out there that veterans aren't filling, and there are great lucrative positions and contracts out there for them. So even I, with a big, big company and all the resources of a big company, even I need to work with consultants and people that'll team up with me. Let's see here. We got a couple of knots to get through that are pretty big. Let's talk about one other one. When you need equipment, when you need material, you need a supplier. I've been in the purchasing and procurement and contracting game for, like I said, 40 some odd years now. And I've learned one thing, and that is your business faces a make or break decision when you choose a supplier, or when you choose somebody to contract with you for services. I don't care if that service is your HVAC, the landscape care outside your building, or wherever you work, or somebody that supplies material to you that you use on a daily basis. Your business faces a make or break decision with those folks. It's important that you choose the right people. It's important that you learn the market that's out there, and that you really find folks that you can work with. I have had the very, very uncomfortable conversation with a company president and CEO when I told them, by golly, those wire and those cable harnesses, they are going to be here Saturday morning. They will be here at 0800 sharp. We will have them out on the production line. You can mobilize a production line of people, and we will be ready to build. And guess what didn't show up? Yeah. That was a very uncomfortable situation, very uncomfortable conversation to have when things go wrong. So my point being, you're going to need to put trust and faith in other people to do services for you, to do material development or material supply. Choose them properly. Treat them as partners in your business. Believe me, working collaboratively will always yield better results than working competitively. Okay. That's a big knot. Oh, I know who that is. That's the government. Yeah, the government. Government's kind of tough. Actually, the government's a couple of knots here, and they're all big. So let's see what we can do here. Oh, why do I say that? That's a good question. The government in the state of California is everywhere. There's a government agency for everything, right? And I'm not putting them down. Basically, the government, in my opinion, kind of falls into three different categories. One is like people from DGS, okay? They're here to make your business, help you make your business successful. Am I right? You are right. Yes, of course I am. I know that, because I've watched them do their job. And they do help people be successful. And then there is my buddy, there he is, Damon Dorn at the back of the room. He's also my client. He's also the one that has our company hired. He works for the High Speed Rail Authority. And Damon represents tremendous opportunity. Where are the folks from Caltrans? They also represent tremendous opportunity, and they're the folks that can help veteran businesses land contracts with them. Doesn't always happen that you land a contract with them directly, but it does happen. Damon, I think we have a couple of small veteran businesses that actually have direct contracts with the High Speed Rail Authority. Am I right? Catch Environmental is one of them? Absolutely. Yeah. Okay. A little bit more about Catch Environmental when I come back around to us. So that's 2 branches. Now there's a 3rd branch. Somebody was up here and said that, things go well, hey, it's all right. But you have to be prepared for certain things. You have to make certain that you understand the rules. You have to make certain that you understand how a government agency operates. And believe me, that is one very twisted up knot. See, there's a 3rd category that if you don't do your homework and learn how these government agencies operate, they introduce you to the 3rd one. And that 3rd branch of the government is, how to put this politically correct, happy to take your money. Okay? Yeah, you really don't want to meet that particular branch of the government. Okay? So doing your homework before you go after and pursue a government contract is really important. Untying a lot of these knots. Look how much longer the rope is. Look at how much more there was. There was so much to learn that was tied up in those knots. You want to make certain that you have most of these knots undone, or at least loosened, before you go after the government. And you go after a government contract. So this next knot, don't ask me why I made it so simple, but this next knot is doing business with government contractors or prime contractors. Dragados, Flatiron, we're a prime contractor. And I will tell you the same thing that I told you about the government. Well, except that we don't have that branch that says we're happy to take your money. We will tell you that you need to have experience. We will tell you, again, my thunder was stolen a little bit earlier this morning by my friends at DGS, but I've got them on a new job, so they'll earn it back. If you're a small business and you're not certified, get certified. There is an incredible array of alphabet soup out there. DVBE, SB, SBPW, DBE, SBOVBCHL, USOB, whatever, right? There's all kinds of things out there, okay? Understand what the prime contractor needs, okay? And if you can get that certification, by all means, go and get it. By all means, go and get that certification. If you've got one certification, great, good for you. But if you can get multiple certifications, oh man, I tell you, that's where the cash is. Multiple certifications. So if you're certified with one group or one agency, but you're not certified through DGS, guess what? On a lot of state contracts, you don't count. I know that sounds really horrible to say, but it's the truth. You don't count. You don't have a DBE on federalized contracts. You may not count. So find out what the contractor needs, find out what the state needs, and go get those certifications. I can't emphasize that enough. And the fact that I'm going to trip over this rope pretty soon. So I can't talk to what some of the other prime contractors in the room have going on today, but I can talk about Dragados Flatiron joint venture. So, by way of introduction, I'll start over. My name is Bjorn Nilsson. I am the small business manager for the Dragados Flatiron joint venture. That is a joint venture between two very large construction firms, Dragados USA and Flatiron. And we're building 65.5 miles of high-speed rail infrastructure in the Central Valley. We pick up on the south end of Fresno at American Avenue, and we proceed through, well, I guess for folks that are from the LA area, we proceed through the middle of nowhere for 65.5 miles. But we go through some of the most valuable land that's anywhere in the state. And we are going through orchards and dairy farms and a couple of different towns up there. And we're building something that's really big. And I don't know how to tell you how big, but I'm going to try, okay? Anybody have an idea what 20 million cubic yards of dirt looks like? No. Anybody have an idea what the Louisiana Superdome looks like? Pretty big, right? Imagine that thing filled from the floor to the ceiling to both all walls 7.5 times. It takes roughly 1 million trucks to deliver 20 million cubic yards of dirt. If we were doing this over a period of 3 years, that would be one truck, 6 days a week, 365 days a year, every 90 seconds. That's up 1 million trucks. We're moving a lot of dirt. I wish it was something sexier, but it's not. Okay, we do have a couple of really neat things that we're doing. We're doing 5 million cubic yards of gravel and fill dirt. We need that dirt. That doesn't do it for you? Okay. All right. I think we have 48 structures that we're building, and one of them is 1.25 miles long. And this raises the train up to what will be the future Hanford Station, takes the train over the San Joaquin Valley Railroad, takes it over Highway 198, and then finally puts it back down on the ground on the other side, like I said, a mile over later. If you watch the high-speed rail flyovers, you see all these pillars sticking up out of the ground. It goes on for miles and miles, or it looks like it goes on for miles and miles. That's us. That's us. We're out there. That's our sexiest thing that we're building. We are traveling, like I said, through 3 counties. We actually have to coordinate with Kings, Tulare, and Fresno counties. We are working with water and irrigation districts, 12 of them. And we're working with various municipalities. So it's a big job. It's a big job. I alluded earlier that, or I think it was Sandra that said, one of the largest small business goals in the state, $900 million. That's because our contract right now just eclipsed $3 billion with the state. And with a 30%, now I'm going to use this word because this is exactly what it is, because it's in my contract. And if it's in a contract, it's a mandate. I have a 30% small business participation mandate in my contract. That translates to $900 million. Inclusive under that $900 million is $100 million of 10% DBE, Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Participation. That's typically going to be your ethnicity-based companies and your gender-based. Then on top of that, I still have, or I should say underneath all of that, I have a 3% DBE participation goal, which translates to $90 million. So where am I? About not quite halfway on my DBE. Doing pretty good on the DBE and doing really good on the small business. I still have a long way to go. Right now we're probably 2/3 of the way through. So if you do the math real quick, that tells you I got about $250, $300 million left of business to do. If you are a DBE, that means at minimum, have around 45 to 50 million dollars I have to do with veteran-owned businesses. So by a show of hands, who in here wouldn't like to have a slice of $300 million pie? I would, right? Right. So take a look, again, around this room is all the opportunities that untie the knots that get you down to the last two. Get you down to the last two. It got you through me, it got you working with me. I'm telling you right now, if you own street sweepers, I would die to have you come work for me. If you have a paving company that's owned by veterans, I would love to put them to work. I have millions of dollars worth of paving that I can put a veteran to work on. Think about the people you'd have to hire. What a great story. What a great success story. And in fact, I have a couple I want to share with you. Before I do that, okay, success story number one. I mentioned him earlier, the gentleman by the name of Paul Kachadorian. Paul is I think he's a former Army. And I realize I'm standing in a room that seems to be populated mostly by Marines, so sorry, Army. Different shade of green, I guess. But Paul was originally contracted with us to do some demolition work. I think his contract started at around $368,000, which is pretty sizable. He was really happy with it. Over a couple of years, now when he first started working with us, we asked him, look, Paul, in addition to this work that you're doing where you're tearing down some of these buildings, these old dilapidated buildings that are in the way, and removing all the hazardous materials and all that, do you think maybe you could help clear the land? Do what we call clear and grub work? And Paul said, yep, I can do that. I got bulldozers, I got backhoes, I got trucks, I got water trucks, I got all kinds of stuff to help me do that work. And so Paul's done that. He's been doing it with us for the last 7 years. You think his contract's $368,000 anymore? Want to take a guess where it is? Right around $14 million. $14 million to a DVBE. I told you he had water trucks. He added more water trucks, and he has water trucking contracts with me worth about $5 million. He's a real success. He's added to his business. He's added to his business's capabilities to the point that he actually built the police station in the city of Selma, brand new police station from the ground up. Paul was the general contractor for that job. Pretty impressive. For a guy that started out knocking over buildings, he actually started building and putting them back up. Pretty impressive, I think. Paul now has a contract with the High Speed Rail Authority. I'm not exactly sure what that contract is, but it doesn't matter. He graduated up to the point where he actually is now doing business not only with a prime contractor, but he's doing business with the state. Truly a success story. Another one that I want to share with you, and then we'll wrap things up here. I have a retired Navy pilot, he's an instructor pilot, Carl Trahan of Trahan Enterprises. Carl found me one day and just said, hey Bjorn, I noticed you got water trucks out there, trying to keep the dust down and what have you. He said, do you need more? I said, Paul, I need every water truck you can bring me. That was about 5 years ago, and Paul had 3 water trucks. We put them all to work. Let's see, that was what, 3, 4, 5 years ago? Paul's now got a contract, and again, he started at $120,000. His contract is now valued in excess of $7 million. I paid him in excess of $6.5 million of that $7 million. And he's reinvested in his business. And here's what success looks like out of these types of contracts that we're trying to bring veterans into. Paul doesn't have 3 trucks. He's got 12 water trucks. He's got 6, what they call 6x6 ambulances that he works with CAL FIRE, that he takes up into the mountains when a firefighter is injured and needs to be evacuated. He's got vehicles that can do that can get to the people when maybe a helicopter can't. Paul has got other water trucks that have been modified under a contract that he has with CAL FIRE to spray chemical retardant from the roadside instead of from the air. You can go down the roadside, spray up the hill, spray down the hill, spray along the road, and you don't have those horrible, horrible images of people driving like on a campfire, driving through the middle of a forest fire. Paul is doing that, or I should say, well, I'm sorry, Carl is doing that kind of work. When I asked him how did he get there, he said, 3 water trucks that he put to work. I'd like to take credit for all that, but I can't. These are small business owners that undid all the knots in the road. These are small business owners that navigated the landscape. These are small business owners that are thinking not about today, thinking about tomorrow and 100 years into the future. So I know you're all looking at it and saying, well, Bjorn, what about the last 2 roads? What about the last 2 knots? Okay, real quick. This one, we won't be able to untie today. Why? Because that's the knot that's in your future. That's the knot that's in the future where you learn more about your business each and every day. When you encounter something new and you learn how to untie that knot. So that one stays in the rope because it's in all of our future. And this bottom one, well, when you reach the end of your rope, they say, and you feel like giving up, pray that there's a knot in it so that your grip stays strong. Right? Who said, don't give up? Right? Don't give up. I always think about this frog halfway down the stork's throat with his hands around that stork's throat, not giving up. Don't give up. That's, when I went to jump school, yes, I'm Army Finance and Accounting, and then yes, I jumped out of perfectly good airplanes. My father, as an Air Force man, thought I was absolutely crazy. My mother was worried, and I had to call her every night after a jump. But I learned something at jump school. I learned that failure is an outcome that's always a possibility. And it's an acceptable outcome if we choose to learn from it. But failure because you quit, because you gave up, because you let go, I don't know. For me, that's really, really tough. It's a really tough one to take. So, in closing, I, again, want to thank everybody for putting up with me, listening to me drone on here for a while. But there's one person left that I have to thank. I told you I was an Air Force brat. My father was a Chief Master Sergeant in the Air Force, just up Highway 101 a ways, up there at Vandenberg Air Force Base. We spent the vast majority of our life there. My dad spent 29 years, 3 months, and 3 days in service. I was very fortunate because the first NCO that ever saluted me was my father, and the last officer my father ever saluted at his retirement was me. Very, very fortunate. And as a young man who had attained the rank of Life Scout, which is that rank just below Eagle, my father took me aside and said, son, very seldom called me by my first name, because it was the same as his. Unless, of course, I was in trouble. Come to think of it, he called me by my first name quite often. But he said, son, you stand before a huge opportunity. A word I used earlier, right? You stand before a very huge opportunity, one that if you choose to take it, follows you for the rest of your life. And he's right, it's on my resume even today, that I'm an Eagle Scout. He said to me, and I want to share this with you because if learning the ropes of business is about untying the knots, learning the value of an opportunity is solely based on what you decide it's worth. Thank you.
As you can see, we have a wide range over here on the gambit of all of our panelists that help with different areas. And as we said, we have buyers and resources up there. Now, I'm just going to do a quick popcorn and throw a question out to you for the buyers out there. What does your entity typically purchase? Or you can answer, what are you planning to purchase in the next 12 months? Go. Who wants to be first?
I'll take it. With Calvets, over the next 12 months, we actually have 8 homes throughout the state of California. As far north as Redding, as far south as Chula Vista, and some peppered around Central California and Southern California. Our biggest home and our oldest home is in Napa, Yountville, 130, 140 years old. We are building a new skilled nursing facility there. It should be completed probably within the next year. The walls are going up right now as we speak. And of course, the moment we finish building it, we have $12 million of purchasing to furnish this 240-bed facility. So from your smallest paper clip to your full medical-sized beds and medical equipment and supplies. So.
Okay, I'll go. So with Caltrans, we have a few construction projects that are coming out for Riverside and San Bernardino County. You can find that on our website on Contractors Corner. And we also have our Cal eProcure site where there are various projects that are coming out. You can actually click on the event date twice, and it'll show you all of the procurement for our district that's coming up for the next 2 years. So.
And we don't have any supplies that we put out there, but we do have a lot of projects that we do put on our website along with Planet Bids as well. So any type of projects that we have go through Planet Bids along with our website.
You're gonna go.
I don't procure.
Okay. That's right. Well, Metropolitan Water District, we do mainly construction, professional services, and we do procurement. So we do buy goods and services. We buy from trucks to nuts to bolts to buy to everything. And the upcoming projects, I would highly recommend to get registered into our platform, Planet Bids, which is what we use for procuring and solicitation bids. So if you haven't done so, please do so. Please come see me so we can get you registered, get you connected, so that you can be the first one to be up to date and alerted when all those job opportunities or solicitation bids come out for bidding.
And what I can tell you from the Apex perspective is that if you go onto these sites and you see any projects that you want to bid on and you feel like you're not ready or you have questions or you need some of your I's dotted and T's crossed, that's where the Apex Accelerator comes in. So we're funded by the Department of Defense. All of our services are free of charge. So I don't know if you were in the earlier sessions where one of the members said that there's so many resources out there for you that are for free that you don't know about. So that's what the Apex Accelerators are. So clients will reach out to us, say, Caltrans has this for a bid. I don't even know where to start. That's where we come in.
Beautiful, beautiful. And the Department of General Services, we sell a lot of different things. We have unarmed security guard services, chiller maintenance, we have elevators, we have all types of stuff that comes up. And we go to our website, No, I say this all the time, but www.caliprocure.ca.gov has the list of everything that's within state agencies that they're selling and procuring right now, which means they want to purchase and buy. Just big fancy words, but you get to hear all these special words we use all the time. So always go there and you'll see all the state contracts. Now, I have a question. I can't think of one in particular myself for DGS, but is there any unusual product that you guys may have purchased in the last 12 months or within any years? That's just weird that you wouldn't think that your agencies would purchase. Anything come to mind? Because you've probably seen everything come by, so nothing looks unusual anymore, right?
Sheep herding?
That's right.
That was Caltrans.
That was Caltrans. Sheep herding. Okay, that's weird.
Metropolitan during the pandemic was not prepared, so we needed to order medical supplies and PPE, which is personal protective equipment, and so we needed medical supply. We needed gloves, sanitation, sanitary products. We didn't have any of that, and so that was an unusual expense that we did not expect. And so be on call, be ready, because those situations do come up and we're ready to buy and purchase.
And that's a great point. If you want to sell to the state, you need to be ready at the drop of a dime. When you have your profiles and all their different systems for their certifications, make sure that's exactly what you sell, and it's exactly in the service area in which you sell that. Because when they give you that call and they're looking for you and phone number doesn't work, the email is out of order, website doesn't exist, come on. They're just gonna skip over and they tell their other people, the other buyers, say, don't contact that one if you're looking for anything because their information is out of date. Or it's because they don't really sell all the codes that they put on there, like UNSPSC codes, NAICS codes, keywords, make sure they're on point of what it is you actually do. Because if that doesn't pan out either, they literally go through the list, look for the business, look for what their code or keyword is. Oh, they said they do that. It's not on their website. Check. Next. They go to the next person. Check. Next. Go to the next person. Because they just don't have that much time to spend calling, make sure, is this really what you're saying? They just don't have that time. So make sure your profiles are always up to date. Okay. Now, this one's going to be more for Apex, but all of your programs, I think, have something of this sort. Does your entity have pre-qualification requirements or minimum qualifications?
So, as some of you know, we changed funding agencies from the DLA to the DOD, and our metrics have changed tremendously. So we used to just counsel on everything. So we would get you into SAM, we would help you get certified, we would help with everything, right? Determine what NAICS codes were good for you. We have a bid matching service, but with the DOD, they're much more into training and what products and services we're providing to our small businesses. So for instance, we have 3 events coming up in October. One is, Am I Ready to Work with the Government? So it's a 1-hour webinar where we tell you what you need to do step by step to be ready to even work with the government. Second is an FPDS. So how do you even search for bids on FPDS or with the government? Our third one, which is a big thing for DOD now, is cybersecurity. So we have a vendor coming in that is going to talk about cybersecurity, CMMC training, level 1 and 2. Because now the DOD wants us to tell them every year how many of our clients are certified in cybersecurity. So we do have some prereqs. We pretty much send all of our newer businesses over to the SBDC to do most of the stuff we used to do. Now we're more so working with businesses that have sold products, have sold to the states, that are ready to go more federal. So we ask that you have over $10,000 in previous sales, because the government is looking at what are you selling, what services are you selling, and who have you sold it to before, because they want to see your prior experience and that you're successful. So basically our minimum requirement is you have a business more than a year old and that you have $10,000 in sales that you can show the government you're ready to go.
Is that the same for each of your agencies?
Yeah, so I'll kind of add on to that as far as the project side of it. So on the project side, a lot of times we require a 5-year that you've been in business for at least 5 years or you have 5 years of experience in doing that type of work. We also have a reference form where you would put all of your references, and on there it also has your dollar figures of how much that contract is for, and that way we can see how big of a contract you're actually doing. So if we have a $60 million contract and we're looking, for a firm to do something similar, we want to see if you've done similar projects. So we, are looking to make sure that you're able to do projects on that same scale, that you have the experience doing that type of service as well. So that's the kind of thing that we're looking for, just to make sure that you're able to meet that 5-year minimum requirement.
Anybody else want to answer? This one in particular? That's okay. You have plenty of questions, let me tell you. Okay. Now this one, as many of our attendees are probably wondering and want to ask, is what can their small businesses do today or tomorrow to get started with your entities?
I can start with that one. I would say one of the biggest things is making sure to register with Planet Bids, making sure that you're filling in the categories of the type of work that you do, and then responding to those emails. So when you get that email from Planet Bids, to make sure that if we have a pre-bid meeting, that you're attending that pre-bid meeting to get all of the information that may be necessary. And then you can also reach out to our project managers. So before an RFP is released or before an IFB is released, you are able to contact any of the project managers to talk to them about the project, to learn more about what exactly they are looking for, and meeting with them one-on-one to kind of get your name out there. If you're looking for a subcontracting opportunity on Planet Bids, under the project, there's a list of everybody that's downloaded the bid or downloaded the RFP. And on there, it'll tell you whether they're a prime, whether they're a sub, an other, whether they're planning to bid, not planning to bid. So you can also, if you're wanting a subcontracting opportunity, you can also reach out to the prime contractors to see if you would be able to do a subcontract underneath them. So that's some of the things that I would recommend.
I'd like to say something to that. Metropolitan uses Planet Bids as our solicitation bidding opportunity. Yes, get registered. If you haven't done so, it's free. Create a username and password. Once you create a vendor profile, like she mentioned, make sure you are connected with the NAICS codes or the NGIP codes, and you can up to select 50 of them so that you can get the bidding opportunities when they come out. But aside from that, this is the reason why I'm here too. Metropolitan, this is one of our service areas. We have 6 regions, 6 counties that we come and service. And so our communities are out here in San Bernardino, Riverside County. And not only that, but we can get certified as a small business and disabled veteran. Yes, Department of General Services has a state certification, and we see that and we take that on too. But we have also, there's different agencies that have their own certification. Get that certified too. It's free. And if you haven't done so, please do so, because that gives you, we have an incentives. So if these primes are, are looking to subcontract, we have a 5% incentive goal for small businesses, in addition to 5% incentive goal for disabled veterans. That's key. Take advantage of that.
And it's similar for Caltrans, except for we go through Cal eProcure. So you want to make sure that you're registered on there. Make sure that your codes are up to date, your website's up to date, your phone number is up to date. Make sure that your name actually is conducive to what you provide, such as if you're a coaching service, make sure that you have coaching on there instead of just your name. That's like one of the biggest things that I have seen, is because when we're looking at things, like Denisha said, we don't really have time to go through and see exactly what you do. So if we look at your name and it's not really conducive to what you do, we might just skip over it. Also, on our Contractors Corner, you want to make sure, if you have never bidded on a project before, to actually register to get your ID so that you can bid on a project. And then if you see a project that you want to work on and you're not able to bid as a prime, there's a space on there that says primes looking for help, and they'll list out everything that they actually are looking for subcontractors on. So you want to contact those prime contractors or come to our mandatory pre-bid meeting so that you can meet them and network with them either virtually or in person.
I do want to say another thing about that. I'll tell you this. Please, there's a lot of people that leave the company, retire, and so their profile is not up to date. You'll be surprised how many job opportunities don't get. You lose the opportunity to bid because of not updating your profile. Please keep up to date, and you do need just to register and keep it recertified every 3 years. Not hard to do.
And I will just add, not to repeat what everything that was said here, but your profiles. Of course, we're talking about, at least with Caltrans, Calvet, we post our projects on eProcure. Not every project gets posted on eProcure. Anything under $250,000, at least Calvet, we contact you directly. So that's why we highly emphasize and encourage and always repeat ourselves, your profile needs to be updated. Otherwise, if Calvet is looking for contractors to do this type of service, and we only find 3 firms because their emails are current, their phone numbers are current, that's who we're going to solicit. Yet there's 20 others that can provide that service, but their emails are wrong, their phone numbers are wrong, and they're blowing up my phone saying, why wasn't I contacted? Well, where are you calling from? Because I don't recognize this number. So again, updating your profile is huge.
As you can see, the takeaways here: update your profile, get registered, get certified, update your profile.
And I can add, know what your business and service is. I can tell you, no joke, that I get calls, well, what does the government buy? Well, tell me what you're selling. Then I can tell you if the government buys what you're selling. And then we have businesses that are doing something and they're like, oh, well, the government's not buying what I'm doing, so I'm going to just nilly-nelly over here because they buy this. You need to be an expert and know your product and your service. Otherwise, none of this even matters.
That's really good.
I know how we're like, we're going to bite that for our presentation.
Yeah. Well, and there's a lot of things that you do that the government buys that you may not know. So make sure your NAICS codes are up to date. Your profiles are up to date. We do bid matching, free bid matching service, and if your profiles aren't up to date, you're not going to get notified of any of these things. Just for instance, earlier today, somebody came by and she said, I'm a realtor. The government doesn't buy. What would the government buy for me? I said, does the government buy land? Does the government buy properties? But she didn't know her business or her service to even know. So that's why I'm saying, just know your business and know your service and make sure you're an expert in what you're doing.
And I'll add, if we do contact you and you're not interested in that service or that good at that time, just send us a quick email saying, not interested this time. That way we know you're there. Yes. And we will contact you again. I tell my team, if this firm hasn't contacted you back the last 10 times, take them off the list. They're probably no longer in business. They don't want anything to do with us. So a short little email, not today, next time, we know you're there.
That's a great tip, and I've heard that from a small business just recently, so I wonder if they got that from you. Where they're like, I wasn't able to bid, IT firm, but they would always respond. I can't do it this time, but please keep me on the list. Please keep me on the list. That's really beautiful. I'm just verifying with all of your programs, free is the word of the day, right? No payments required. Because there are businesses out there where their business is to charge you to get certified, to get this information. If you're starting a business, how to get an employer identification number. It's free. You just go to the state treasury's website and get it yourself. But they do charge, so please, please, please go to your resources, your small business development centers, your Apex accelerators to get that information you need, because they can also help you once you find that bid that you like. Hey, but what does this mean? What is this word? Indemnification. I said it right this time, yes! What does that mean? What are these requirements that I'm supposed to follow? Because many of the bids are like 80, 100 pages long. Nobody wants to read those. I totally understand. Because when they come past me, I'm like, yeah, I just want to see the first 3 pages. What's required, what day? But you must read every single page every single requirement just to verify that you are doing what's supposed to be done, or you're not considered responsible, right? Yes, bidder on that. Also, like you said earlier, yes, please, when those bids come out, please post your questions to these program managers, these project managers, these contract administrators. There's so many different names. But you'll see an email and a phone number, because during that bid opening period, that's when you can shoot any question you want. Doesn't matter how stupid you might think it is, they have to answer the question. And once they answer them all, at the end of that time, they shoot out all the answers to all the questions to anybody that sent them a question for that. So that's your time, because after that door closes, they are not going to answer their phones. They are not going to answer an email. And you'll be like, why wouldn't you say anything to me? Because that time period is closed, and now they have to do evaluations and keep the process rolling. Okay, so now, do any of your programs have a program that's there to help support small businesses, such as mentoring or coaching or anything of that sort, consultations? Yes, I'm going with everybody. Right?
Yes.
Everybody has an advocate somewhere.
Speaking of, so the Department of Defense is now really pushing mentor-protege programs. So we never did that before. So please look out if you're a member of, even if you don't need our services, feel free to sign up, because we do a lot of trainings, we send out a lot of information, but we're going to start doing trainings on mentor-protege. Earlier they were talking about the importance of mentors, and just remember there's no stupid question, and communication is key. Because if I can't answer your question, I know a lot of people that might be able to. And like they said when we were in school, somebody else probably has the exact same question, and they are afraid to ask it. So just ask the questions. I think that's also how you build relationships, right? So the people that are communicating, I recognize your name. Like, oh, there's Christina. It keeps your face in the game, right? So just, like I said, there's tons of services that are free. And if I can't give them to you, then I know somebody that can.
And Caltrans also has a mentor protege program for construction that is going to start in October for District 8, San Bernardino and Riverside counties. It's being offered throughout the state for each district, though. So if you guys are interested in that, you can find that on the Caltrans website. And we also have a protege mentor program for architects and engineers. And we have a Cal Mentor event on October 26th in District 7. And then, of course, we have within the small business program, we have one-to-one meetings where small businesses can contact the small business liaison and just get information about contracting with the state, any procurement opportunities. And then we also, there's one more thing and I can't think of it right now. Okay, I'm just going to end it there. If you want more information, just let me know.
And Calvet, as far as programs, I could say a DBB first policy. We have that policy in place. Of course, you hear SB-DBB option for departments across the state. We actually pursue DBBs first. We want to set that standard being a veteran agency. And we have been successful going down that road. So if you're a DBBE, again, to repeat, update your profile, you will be contacted by Calvet if you have a widget that we're looking for. And then another thing that we just started here recently is we have monthly meetings with our procurement team throughout the state of California, and we'll give newly certified firms, whether SB or DBB, the opportunity to be face-to-face with every single buyer at our facilities. Give your little 2-minute speech, your elevator speech of what you can provide, answer questions, and at least now they have a face with a name.
Oh, that's phenomenal. Wow. I wonder if DGS would do that. But that leads us into our next question. What tips would you give these businesses and veteran-owned businesses in order to be successful with bidding with your agencies or entities? Yeah. You can give as many tips as you like, or just one important tip that you think.
I would say be very descriptive in the type of business you provide. Like Ms. Piper mentioned, very descriptive, know your business. There's my colleague who's a compliance officer, and she gets a request for a small business and disabled veterans certification. You'll be surprised how much is not elaborated there. Be descriptive, right? Look really what is the type of services you are providing, because that's going to really determine the type of codes you're going to, want to register by, and that's the type of solicitation bids you're going to get. So don't miss out on that. Be more specific, the better.
And I was going to say, don't be afraid to ask questions, and also to see if you can meet with project managers. The worst anybody could say is no, and if they say no, a lot of times there's a reason, and they'll tell you the reason, and just say, contact us back at such and such date, and the reason why is this. So just don't be afraid to just kind of put yourself out there, ask questions, and reach out to the agencies. I mean, you can even just call the main number and just say, hey, I'm interested in this project. Who can I talk to? They'll transfer you through to somebody. A lot of times it's me, and then I have to get more information and then figure out exactly who that project manager is. But yeah, just reach out.
I'm gonna say show up and be persistent, because even though it may take a really long time for you to land a bid or win an award with Caltrans, there's still opportunities. So you want to just make sure, like we reiterated before, make sure your profile's up to date. Make sure that your certification is up to date. For a small business, you have to recertify every 2 years. For a DBBE, I believe it's 1 year. So just make sure that it's still up to date, and that you're not like, oh, they're never going to contact me, because the moment that it expires, we may need that service. And then also there's mandatory pre-bid meetings that are not, well, there's pre-bid meetings that are not mandatory, but showing up to those are really important, because that's how you get in front of the buyer. So most of the time we tell you to contact the district liaison, but we don't give you the buyer's information. But if you show up to those pre-bid meetings, you're in front of the buyer, and you get a face to a name. So the next time they need something, they may contact you directly without even letting us know. So that's really important. So just be consistent and and show up. So to those mandatory pre-bid meetings, because there's also primes. So even though the prime did not select you that time, if they can consistently see you at the mandatory pre-bid meetings, eventually they're going to have to select your name, because there's going to be so much work that someone else is doing that they're not able to get to them. Eventually they're going to call you. So just be persistent and show up.
Ditto with everything they said. And I will add, read the solicitations.
Yes.
If there's a solicitation out there that's asking for a red pen, respond with a red pen, not a black pen. If you're pursuing a contract, read your contract. Read all the documents that need to be submitted with your package. The most minor form that is not submitted, you are now not responsive and responsible. And you might question, it's like, for one piece of paper, we let everybody know this is what's required, these 10 steps, you provided 9, sorry about that. And then also on the contract side, what I mean by read your contract, understand what you're getting yourself into, the services that are being requested of you. I know we're all state employees, whether it's a contract manager at a facility, whatever. If that contract is for you to paint this room, and all of a sudden that contract manager says, can I get you to paint down the hall? That's not on that contract. If you do it, you're doing it for free. And we have language in our contracts that state, this is what we're paying you for. So read your contract. Do not let anybody tell you to do anything else without getting it signed in black and white. So.
All of these are really, really great tips, definitely. And as you heard,
being a subcontractor is not a dirty little word. You can get a lot of opportunities there, and as you said, there is minimum requirements where there was 3 to 5 years where you had to do business opportunities and jobs in order to even get to the bigger contract. So make sure you read for that as well. Also, we have many advocates in every state department. We have advocates up here that you can contact and ask questions and just get in front of them, do your elevator pitch so you know, a minute or less, preferably like 30 seconds, put your name and everything in there that you can say, make it memorable, because that's the other thing. Because there's a lot of people that can do elevators or can do construction or can do IT, but they need one that's going to be memorable and it's going to stick in their heads when they start thinking about it. So now, with all this, I would like to see, does anybody out in the audience have any questions? One right there.
Do we need the mic?
Sure.
Struggling, yeah.
Thank you. This is for Ramon. You mentioned opportunities to give our elevator pitch and all that. What venues were those?
They are monthly meetings that we have with our procurement team, and we have a table out there. You can let us know you're interested, and we will put you on the calendar.
Monthly meetings?
Monthly meetings.
Where do you have them?
They're virtual.
They're virtual.
We make it easy for you to attend.
Okay, because my next question was going to be, how do we get notified of these?
We'll fly you to Sacramento now. No, yeah, they're virtual. We send you the link. We give you the agenda, the time slot that you have, and you meet the team.
Because like the registering on Planet Bids, then do we get notifications of opportunities, or do we still have to every day look for them? How does that work?
So when you register on Planet Bids, when you register under category, so when we select that category for a job, you'll automatically get an email from Planet Bids letting you know that, hey, there's this bid opportunity out there with the link to click on, and it'll take you right to the project.
Oh.
And the other thing I want to point out with Planet Bids, each agency has their own independent identifier, so you do have to register individually under each agency. So you can't just go to Planet Bids and it'll register you everywhere. That's the only downfall, is that you do have to register individually under each agency.
You say each agency. Can you give me some examples of agencies?
Yes, so we have Planet Bids and they also have Planet Bids, so you would have to go to RCTC's website.
Or Metropolitan Water District of Southern California.
Okay.
Yeah, so you'd have to go to each one of our websites in order to register.
Okay, because I had a consultant this morning send us a notification that there's a meeting up in Palo Alto in October. And once again, we didn't get it directly. One of our consultants picked up on it. Again, a form of an industry day. So I'm pinging on them to find out how they got the notice. You know, because she just sent us the link. I was like, why aren't we getting this stuff? So,
Yeah, and it could be because you're not registered under that specific entity.
yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
And then really quick, at least my experience with consultants, usually they try and build their team. There's one consultant that got the notification and they're trying to build their team to submit their package. So that can also be happening.
One of our sub-consultants.
Oh, okay.
They're fine.
Okay.
Two questions, basically. First one is there a specific format for when we're responding to the RFQs, RFPs, and everything, if there's a specific format? And the second question is, how long do we float, or before we pay our guys, before we see something? Is it by the month, or is it every 2 weeks, or till the job is done?
Well, as far as Calvet with RFPs, everything is documented as far as what we expect, whether it's in a notebook, in a summary, in a whatever. Everything is documented in that RFP proposal and letting everybody know that's interested what we want, whether it's a one-page document and we need 5 copies, whether it's in a CD, whether it's whatever, we put everything in writing in the contract. As far as the template, I've seen a mixture of different templates. So I don't think, unless the agency's requesting a certain template, it's whatever you have that works for you, you submit. As long as you dot your I's, cross your T's, read the contract, the solicitation, and provide everything that is being asked. Now, as far as payments, from my experience, it depends on what's written in the contract. If it's a lump amount, if it's
hourly, if it's weekly, it all depends on what's in that rate sheet, how the vendors will be paid.
Same for DGS, yeah. It'll tell you if it's by project, or if you had to complete a task, send a report, send the invoice all at the same time for somebody to review that and make sure, then that's when you get paid. And of course, every department and agency has their payment schedule as they're paying, so as they receive that invoice, they look at it, goes through this process, goes to this person, goes to another approver, who then gets it to the budget person, and then they're saying, is this okay, is this not okay? Now, a week could have gone by that time, or 2 weeks could have gone by, but as it gets to that okay person, then they're like, send out the check immediately, and then it can come out. So it can take a little bit of time, can be within a week, can take up to a month, can take 2 months.
And that's why they're expressing the importance of reading the contracts, because every single one is different. And you could be bidding on jobs for Caltrans or Calvets, and they could have 2 different requirements for different. So it's just really important to know what you're getting yourself into and read everything.
That was going to be my question, is I know like through COVID, a lot of agencies changed their net pay. So some were doing, some advancements, and sometimes, they were doing 10 days, etc. So my question would be to each panelist. I know Calvet, I think, is like net 30, net 45 is a standard. What are each of your standards as far as is it the same? Is it the same or is it different?
For Metropolitan, it's net 30. We do our due diligence to make sure that our consultant and our construction are paid on timely. We're really good at that. We have a really good record. We even have a net one too.
Or is it direct deposit?
No, it's check.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whatever the payment plan is set up on the contract.
Yeah.
Each contract is set up differently, yes. So for professional services, if you're doing professional services, let's say training or coaching, it could be net 15. It could be the way the contract analyst, like he says, read your contract. If everything's negotiable, you want to negotiate a net 10, we can do that too. But no, mainly it's net 30.
Yeah, and the majority of ours are also net 30. We do have some of our bigger projects where it's net 45, but the majority of them are net 30, and a lot of ours are EFT. So they're direct deposited. We do have a few that are still paper checks, but not very many, and that's up to the vendor and if they want to get the paper check or not.
Is that to the prime or to the sub?
That goes to the prime. So we pay the prime, and then the prime is responsible for paying the sub.
I'm not sure. I'm not versed in payments yet, so I still have some learning to do.
And it is 45 days, as Christina mentioned, for Calvet. We take 30 days, and SEO takes 15, and they take their 15.
And for DGS, it's really 45, because we have up to 45 days to pay, or there's late payment penalties that can be added onto your invoice.
And on that note, sorry,
Go for it.
certified firms, your interest is slightly higher, which pushes the state departments to make sure you as a certified firm get paid.
Bonus.
Sorry.
Okay, Dahlia's gonna answer the question.
Okay, so Caltrans is between 30, not 30, not 45, but also read your contracts, because we're starting to do an alternative, which is job order contracts. So depending the final, the portion of it that's completed. So read the contract.
Does Planet Bids list the agencies that work with Planet Bids, so you can see which companies, the agencies that you might not have thought of, and say, oh, this agency might be interested in what we do?
Yes, Metropolitan does. We're a public agency, so everything is a public record. And I would encourage you to do your homework too. Once the bid or solicitation closes and that project has ended, we put the bidding price of the amount that was awarded, so you can see what that, project was, how much it was worth. So it's good to go in there and really familiarize yourself with the Planet Bids, the website, and even direct. If you're a subcontractor and we have a 25% requirement goal, it would be nice to reach out to those primes and say, hey, I'm your guy. I'm your subcontract. Let's talk. Let's do business together. And normally they're looking, primes want to get those extra incentives on their solicitation bids for RFQ when they come out. So yes.
But for Planet Bids directly to get a full listing of all of the agencies that they work with, you probably just have to contact Planet Bids directly. I'm not sure. I know from our standpoint, we don't know all the agencies that they work for. But if you contact Planet Bids, they do have a customer service line where they would be able to probably provide you with the list of all of the agencies that they work with.
And also, a number of times certification has been mentioned. We're a certified SBE, and we went through a long LA Metro certification process. What other certifications, is there like a long list of certifications? And also, if you get certified with one agency, and I think LA Metro, if you get certified with them, then you're also automatically certified with a couple of others. I don't know which ones, but
Are you talking about the DBE?
I'm talking about SBE.
Yeah, there's SBE.
certification. Or just even just registered. There's I guess the LA Metro registration process, which took months for us to go through. I think it automatically registered us with some other agencies as well. So
Do you have reciprocity with Metropolitan Water?
yeah, I mean maybe Apex might know,
Yes.
like
I'm not sure.
the list of certifications.
Yes, we
I
do
can get
accept
back
the
to you.
California.
If you want to give me your card or your information, I can get the answer for you.
You work with Enrique?
I do. But we, you know, we are funded separately, so I'm technically not allowed to work with you. But I can answer your questions.
Okay.
But Enrique is your guy,
Yeah.
and he should be able to help you. But he also should be able to help you when you're asking the question about what other certifications that there are. So when my clients come in and they tell me what they do and who they are, then that's the time when we recommend certifications. And just for instance, I had a woman come in, her husband owned the business, but it was left to her. She wanted to become a women-owned small business because she thought that that was going to get her more business. Well, then we get in SAM.gov and we look up her NAICS code, and there is no set aside for women-owned business. So at that point, there was no point in her taking 3 months to get a women-owned business certification when the government isn't even putting a set aside. But what we did find for her was that she's located in a hub zone, and there was a 25% set aside for hub zones for her NAICS code. So Enrique or whoever you're working with at the Apex should be able to tell you what certifications are good for you.
But there's a lot of certifications.
There are.
Yes, there are. For
ton of them.
Caltrans, we recognize small business, SB, not SBE, because those are different. We have DVBE, and then we have DBE. So those are the ones that we recognize. SB is, it's much quicker than the SBE if it took you months. You just go on Cal eProcure and you go to get certified, and they ask you for a couple of documents, and then it's about a week process and you can be certified if you qualify.
Some local cities and counties have their own small business certification,
Yes,
which
they
could
do.
be SBE, Small Business Enterprise, as opposed to the state's just small business.
Right.
So that E means a whole different thing. So when we hear that with the state, we're like, oh, you're with the city or county, you're not with us. So yeah, there's a whole lot of certifications out there.
And I can tell you, as an entrepreneur in a small business, you need to become a stalker, okay? So when somebody else gets a bid and you didn't get it, they have to post who got the bid, right? So look up their business, see what it is they're doing that you're not, see what certifications that they have, because you can always learn from somebody else. And there's a lot of things you might be doing that they're doing that you didn't put in your bid or that you don't have listed on your website. So just learn from everything. So look at the bids. Even when you don't get them, go back and look and see who got the bids. That's what we do at Apex. So we pull up the prior bids, and we show our clients, okay, look, this is what the bid was. This is what client got the bid. Are you doing these things? Can you do these things? So knowledge is key, and you need to read everything. Nobody's advocating for you except for you. I mean, we're here to help you, we're here to mentor you, we're here to show you the right steps to take, but ultimately you're your advocate.
something? So for the SB, when you start at the state level, there is on the GGS webpage that lists all the reciprocity localities that will accept that. So the cities and counties may accept ours, but we don't accept theirs. So you may want to look at the state, because it may save you a couple down below because they'll be accepted. So now you've opened up state agency contracting and local agency contracting with one cert.
That's a great tip, because we do accept Department of General Services, but not many, or accept Metropolitan Small Business Certification. That's just our program. Great, excellent.
With respect to DGS, do we need to be registered on your website?
Correct.
Yes.
This is Caltrans.
I'm Caltrans.
Oh,
I use their registration.
Uh-huh.
Can you
King.
Can you please repeat that website?
Yes, I will. I do it so well.
And
www.
Carolyn, do we need to be on your website?
It's
DGS.
DGS. DGS.
Whenever you're doing business with EDD, DMV, Caltrans, Calvet, Fish and Game, Water Resource, all those are state departments or state agencies. The certification goes through DGS.
Yes.
Perfect, okay, thank you.
Website, please?
www.caleprocure.ca.gov. Yeah. Remember, you get there, bam, 4 boxes. One says how to sell to the state. The other one says procurement opportunities. What does the state buy? Next one on the other side is get certified. And then the last one is resources and training. And so that can walk you through the steps of how to get certified and different people to contact, how to look up dashboards, because the state does have these dashboards, pretty things, right? That'll tell you what state agency buys what, how much, when was the last time they bought it, what area, what county, all of that information. And then that's when you go and download the list of other businesses that do what you do and see what their UNSPSC codes are. What are their keywords that are doing? What service areas did they say that they go into? And then also we have one called CalSAT, California Atlas for Small Business and DBBE Atlas tool, right? And on there it tells you what areas people are buying from our certified firms. And then you can see the gaps and see where you can fill in those gaps. Because we're trying to get from everywhere. Every state agency loves our local small businesses and DBBEs, right? But if you can't get a local, you'll go to somebody that says, oh, I'm way up in Yucca. Is that a real place? I don't even know. Okay, Ukiah is what I'm thinking, not Yucca. Yes, but they'll go to that person because they can't find somebody local. But that person might have not told the entire truth and at the time cannot service that area. So now there's nobody when you could have been the one that was right there to do that. Yeah. Any other questions? This is awesome. What are your pain points? Have any of you done state contracting? Had so much fun that you're willing to say how much fun you had? Besides payments, I know payments is a big thing. Reading the bids, getting the bids, finding bids that actually work in your area. Because sometimes you have to change your niche just a little bit to be able to pick up those contracts. Because there might not be any contracts for you in particular what your primary is. But there's always this little area that you do that you didn't pay attention to before until somebody brought it to your attention. And there might be a lot of contracts in that particular area that you could be in. Okay. Microphone lady. Woo, Bella.
Can I add something real quick?
Go for it.
Please, on the solicitation bid packets, don't make edits to the forms. That is an automatic disqual. You're done. So if they're asking for A, B, C, D, and that makes no sense to you, just provide A, B, C, D. Because as soon as you alter a form or change something, it's an automatic disqualification. It happens. Also, when submitting on time, if the system crashes at 11:59 and it's due at noon, you just lost it. The 3 weeks of work is gone. So build in some time. They do not take into account technical errors or difficulties. Sorry, thank you.
That was perfect.
So my question for you is, out-of-state agencies, is there different formatting you have to do? Is there other obligations that are required?
Depending on the contract, yes. And so that's where the requirements come in for certifications, for permits, if you have to subcontract out for an incentive or a preference, like we have small business, we have DVBE, we have DBE. Because I messed those two up so bad. Yes, but there are certain requirements that you do have to follow and certain things you have to have. Because I was just hearing from a business earlier that I didn't realize, like if you're in the janitorial business, there are certain chemicals. There's a list you have to put of all the chemicals you use, and sometimes agencies don't know what it is that you're using, so they're like, sorry, we don't know what that is. I know what Clorox is, but I don't know what that green sustainable something that you're using, and we're not requiring it right now. So yes, there are a lot of requirements. So it's very simple, but it's not easy. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I just received a contract where they just called me. You said that if it's under a certain amount, they will contact you directly, which is good. But sometimes there's scams out there that they call you directly or they send you some weird email and you're not sure. So any advice on to
I can speak for our contracts. It comes from an analyst's email. It has their name, it has who they work for, it has their phone number. I would pick up, dial that phone number, see if it's legit. They'll answer. Did you send me an email? Did you mean to send me an email? They'll tell you yes. And I would kind of go down that road. Yeah, I totally hear you as far as scams out there and people trying to pull one on you. That's probably one suggestion I have. Just if there's a number, call it and check.
Yeah, look for things that are out of the ordinary, like misspelling, the things that we look for in like phishing emails and things like that. But yeah, it will typically have our contact information. Sometimes it'll even have our address on there for the state building. So those are some things you can look for. And it'll definitely have our address on there. So Caltrans or dot.ca.gov.
Some may do that, but I would recommend there's a number that might come in the email, but I go online and search the actual agency and then call them because the numbers might be different, that they may steal your logo.
Yeah, but it'll have on the email address, it'll have our ca.gov on there. They can't. I don't think they can hijack that, right? Yeah.
No,
They can hijack anything.
They do it all the time.
That's true.
Our office always has a phishing scam going on. And so one of the things is you might see, and the initial email says ca.gov, but when you look up above it or below it, you get to see the true email that it came from, and it can be from blah, 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 blah. And you're like, oh, yes, that's a phishing, because we do. They piggyback on Caltrans' program, says you need to send in your annual reports, which is your tax returns, and it's this people from somewhere that is trying to get it. So yes, definitely call the phone number, look up on the website, see, because you can call the agency directly, and then they'll route you back to the person it's supposed to be, whoever's name's supposed to be on there. Or if that person doesn't exist, they'll let you know that as well. Yeah, oh, definitely watch out for scams. Yeah. Ooh, great questions.
I just wanted to also mention that DGS has something that's fantastic. It's called the SBDVB Emergency Registry, which is actually separate from Cali Procure. Certified businesses who are small business or DVBE are invited to register if they can provide services in an emergency to categories including communications, electrical, hazardous materials, information technology, janitorial, lighting. It's a whole list of registered categories that are available, and it is separate from Cali Procure, but it's an excellent resource.
Nice plug, thank you. Are you on the payroll? We got a shark in here. Caltrans too.
Yeah, we have the registry, but we also have the minor B construction. So contracts up to 388,000. Gonna go a different route. Go to Contractors Corner. They're listed on there. But also in addition, I'm not saying it's an easy one, DGS, but CMAS. It's the California Multiple Award. If your service benefits, it's a routine that keeps getting repeated. Apply, you'll get vetted, you're on the list. So when I want to go buy pens, because I can't plan, or I don't want to do my due diligence, then you may be on, if you're on that list, then I can get 3 bids and go without having to go out with a contract. So that is another, again, it's not easy peasy, it's not, you're gonna get work tomorrow. But it is another option out there without having to go through the full bid process.
I'm in the process of getting our CMAS account approved, but when they couldn't find music, we're a music company, as a schedule, a CMAS schedule. So we have another division of our company that does audio post-production. So we registered with CMAS under audio post-production, and we're waiting for that to be approved. At some later date, could we get approved as music?
That's only if they're, these CMAS schedules that come out, these agreements, are based on all the state agencies and departments, what they buy regularly, that sometimes DGS has to one-off and we just happen to see, they're always buying these things. So that's where we gather it up together, and it's based on a GSA schedule. But we gather them together and create this big agreement where we start asking for vendors to fill it. So if at any time music starts coming up as itself music, yes, an agreement could be made and we'll start pushing out to get people on it. But right now you'll have to do it under audio with the segue, right? Yeah. Ooh, great question. We're getting to the meat here, okay. Any other nitty gritties that you guys want to know about from each of our agencies? Come on! No, I'm playing. Don't want to put you on the spot. These were great questions. Anything else our panelists might want to add or piggyback off of something you might have heard earlier?
I'll just say that if you're part of the Apex or you want to be part of the Apex, we do trainings. Everything's free. We do give out free resources. We did just move to a new building in Norco, and we are sharing a building with the Navy, and we are going to have a grand opening event where some of my friends might be. We're going to do some trainings and some outreach, so it'll probably be in early 2024. But our building is on Town and Country in Norco, and it's called the Tech Bridge. And we're going to have a Navy lab there and some very interesting things. So if you're around and want to see some of my friends again and get some different resources, I look forward to seeing you.
Excellent, thank you. I want to just give you my QR code so we can stay connected. And this is our Network series. We just had one here in person 2 weeks ago in the same facility. You'll hear construction contracting opportunities straight from the source. We have 26 member agencies. And I didn't say this from the beginning, but Metropolitan services 6 counties, all the way from Ventura down to San Diego to the Mexico border, all the way here to the Inland Empire, Riverside, San Bernardino area, parts of that. So we are here to serve you. We come out to our service area to do business outreach. So Networks is a series, and you'll hear about our upcoming opportunities even from other member agencies. In this case, 2 weeks ago, we had Western Municipal Water District, Eastern Municipal Water District, as well as in Empire utilities agencies. And you hear contracts straight from the source. So if you scan this QR code, it'll take you directly to our homepage, and you'll see upcoming projects as well as Let's Stay Connected. You can even opt in, and you'll get alerts and notifications for upcoming virtual and in-person events. And this is for all you folks that are virtualing in. You can scan this QR code and make the best use of this. Also, please, if you haven't, get my business card and let's stay connected, really, with all of us up here. We're here to be of service to you all. So use our resources, and please, by all means, contact me. We're here to help. Thank you.
Couldn't have said it better than that. Yeah, definitely. Well, each of you say what website they should go to in order to procure your opportunities.
www.mwdh2o.com.
So as you know, most of you, we used to be called the PTAC. We have not changed our website yet, but it's rccdptac.com. Part of our redesign will be to the Apex, but right now it's still rccdptac.com.
And then ours is www.rctc.org. And then for the procurement side, you would just going under doing business. So there's a tab that says doing business, and that has all of the procurement related topics.
Okay, ours is the same as DGS's, www.caleprocure.ca.gov.
Ditto.
I love it. Thank you all for being here. But there's one last thing I have to do is bestow. What happened?
Do you need a van again?
Oh, Vanna! Yes, Vanna, please come. Look, now my chair is in the way. We would like to bestow upon you the most honorable award here at the Southwestern Veteran Resource Center is our Skin in the Game Award, and we have one for each of you on this panel. Does Vanna want to pass out?
Sure.
Okay. Ah, okay. Come on. Thank you. That was for Ramon. Carlos. Thank you. Vanna, come back. Okay, and for Shanae, I'm gonna mess this up. Farrah?
Yep. Thank you.
Then we have Alicia Johnson.
Thank you.
Valerie Piper.
Thank you.
Jeanette Carrera.
Yes.
Oh,
Thank you so much. Thank you. Wow.
That's awesome. I also have one from Miss Nina Martinez, who could not be with us here today. We miss you, Nina. She's from CDCR Corrections and Rehab. But I'll be bringing this home for you. And now, Mr. Ramon, I would like to get mine. Yeah, it's funny. I'm so happy to be here because I get the award.
But also the one that couldn't be here.
Yes.
Present this to Wayne Gross, of course.
He usually wears a bow
Yeah, bow
tie.
tie.
Yeah, exactly. I'll be Wayne.
And then, of course, I'll be the Vanna here. For Demisha Swanson for being our moderator.
For me? Perfect. Well, thank you all for being here today, from our panelists to our audience that's here with us. And if there's any last questions you want to ask before we close out today, because you can always come up here after this is done and talk to any of our panelists, get their business cards, ask them questions specifically about your business. We'll be perfectly fine.
Can I add two quick things?
Yes, always.
Okay, so Planet Bid has nothing to do with us. However, I do know that in addition to agencies, there are some primes that use it. So that would be an addition. Number two, with Caltrans, our CT event calendar. So everything that you see, anything that we sponsor, we host, we co-sponsor, we work with, we partner, webinars, events, meet the primes, pre-bid meetings, and anything.
Fairs.
It's on there.
Procurement fairs.
For statewide, so you'll be able to see if it's in person, virtual. If it's virtual, you're more than welcome to register and attend. And last but not least, we are hosting our 3rd annual DBE Summit. Last year was at SoFi, so this year it's at the Greenway Pavilion, Richmond, California, up north. Please join us. We have quite a few resources coming. We'll get to hear from CalSTA Secretary and Caltrans Raptor.
Perfect. Nice plug. I love those plugs. Okay, well, thank you all, and all of you watching us virtually. This concludes our panel for today. Thank you.
The 12th Annual Veteran and Small Business Trade Show. Learn the ropes as you trade ideas and opportunities with experienced buyers and suppliers. Together, let's elevate and redefine the business landscape. Brought to you by the ARC and Ops for Vets. Handshakes, not handouts. Join us at the 12th Annual Veteran and Small Business Trade Show. Learn the ropes as you trade ideas and opportunities with experienced buyers and suppliers. Together, let's elevate and redefine the business landscape. Brought to you by the ARC and Ops for Vets. Handshakes, not handouts.